Hallo und herzlich willkommen zu unserer Bierverkostung heute Abend mit den drei Freunden aus Amsterdam oder wie man auf Niederländisch hier nachlesen kann, Drie, vrienden, Damsko, so ungefähr. Ja. Genau, also Lukas und also das ist Lukas oder auch als der Hausmeister oder Hopsmeister bekannt.
Genau,
oder
ich bin befördert worden zum Hopsmeister heute. Mal sehen, was es bringt.
Genau, und ich bin Stine. Die meisten, die heute zuschauen, kennen mich ja bestimmt schon. Und ich würde heute gar nicht so viel auf uns verschwenden und auf das Dr. Hops. Vielleicht bietet es sich zwischendurch mal an. Aber ich würde sagen, wir oder ihr habt ja sicher schon ein paar Gläschen bereitgestellt und eine Flasche Wasser, ja, damit wir dann bald anfangen können. Aber bevor wir starten mit dem ersten Bier, würden wir dann gleich den ersten Gast reinholen. Und da unsere Gäste der deutschen Sprache nicht ganz so mächtig sind, werden wir heute hauptsächlich auf Englisch das Tasting machen. Genau, ihr könnt allerdings eure Kommentare gerne auf Deutsch schreiben. Das wird uns dann hier vorgelesen oder wir übersetzen das dann live und geben das dann weiter und antworten dann auch auf Englisch darauf.
Genau, also ich lese ja die Kommentare mit. Wir haben heute leider keinen Kommentator extra, aber wir sind ja sowieso schon genug Leute heute im Stream. Also stellt einfach eure Fragen und ich versuche das nicht zu überlesen und sämtliche Sprachen zu beherrschen, die ihr anbringt.
Genau, also auf Tschechisch, wenn Jakob zuguckt, auf Tschechisch kann man auch noch Fragen stellen natürlich.
Ein bisschen Spanisch kann ich auch, aber
ja,
und in der zweiten Hälfte alkoholisch.
Genau, das kann dann auch jeder. Also sind wir dann auf einer Sprache am Ende, oder? So, Lukas,
das denke ich, ja.
Was meinst du? Sollen wir mal Todd begrüßen?
Ich denke.
Ja? Na dann, hello Todd.
Hey, how's it going? Am I unmuted?
No, I can hear you.
You're unmuted, yes, perfect.
All right,
Todd,
cool.
long time
Nice to be back.
no
guys.
see.
Yeah.
Always in the lockdowns.
I know, right? I think we did the last one at the first lockdown.
Yes.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I'm glad that we're locked down.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's cool to be back. It's nice to also be here in the beginning, so I don't have to slam like 3 beers to get up to your guys' level. Like last time, I think I ended up like chugging 2 beers real quick just so I was buzzed enough to like hang on with the group.
Yeah, but come on,
no.
you already had some beers before, I guess.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course. Yeah.
So.
But I had it. What's up?
What's up? Oh, Todd has already a beer in his glass. That's very nice. We should do that too.
Yeah.
So I would say that everybody is getting the first beer now. Then we can start to talk about the beer. Later we will watch a video of the brewery where Todd is working. And then we go like with drinking, chatting, a little video. So it's going to be hopefully some nice entertainment, some beer edutainment. Yeah. So,
nice.
What is the plan around here? Can we maybe arrange the first beer? Which will be the yellow can. Everybody who can get the can. It's a yellow can.
Yeah,
looks really sweet.
I remember my first check-in.
So why is the name? Why you came up with this name?
Yeah, so actually this was a thing. Untapped had their 10th anniversary last year, or I guess, yeah, at the end of the year. And they had an initiative to do this, I remember my first check-in beer, which they collaborated with Dogfish Head Brewery to make the base recipe. So I saw that and I was like, oh, this is kind of a cool idea. And we have a series called Barmates, which is collaboration brews we do with bars around right now the Netherlands, but just bars that we think, hey, you guys are really cool. We think you're doing a good thing for craft beer. We like hanging out with you and like having a beer. So we collaborated together with them to do our take on this. I remember the first check-in beer. So that's why it's with Café de Rat. They're a bar in Utrecht. They're this cool little brown bar. Craft beer bar, and so the base recipe is just a kettle soured kind of Berliner Weiss style beer.
Should we put it in the glass? Is everybody ready?
Yeah, go
yes,
for it.
Please,
That's what I'm.
thirsty.
Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
And then put it in your stomach. Yeah. Open it up and then we'll talk a little bit about it. So I have some here too.
Maybe you can already show
and
talk about it if you want.
Yes. Yeah, so the base recipe, it's just a Berliner Weiss, so it's just 50-50 pale malt and wheat. And then we kettle soured it. The addition we did was we added sage. And the reason why is when talking with Eric from the Rot, the owner there, he was really into sage sours and reminded me of this cool book called Sacred and Healing Herbal Beers, I think is the name. And it's a really rad book that has like recipes that are from the 1300s and I think even before, and just really cool recipes. If you're kind of a home brewer, I would totally say check it out and see some of the cool stuff they have. It's one of the first home brewing books that kind of blew my mind.
What's the name again?
You know, Sacred and Healing Herbal Beers. Yeah, you can find it a free PDF of the whole thing online if you are one of those torrent PDF people. But or maybe I can send the one that was given to me to you guys, and you can maybe I shouldn't say this on recorded video that's going to be on the internet. Anyways, there's ways to get it, and you can also buy it on Amazon. Yeah, it's a really cool book, and they have a whole like chapter on old sage beer recipes. So we kind of use that as our way to add the elements, and yeah, that's kind of what came up with this, and we really liked it. We like how the sage interacts. It's kind of a little acidic, as a Berliner should be, but it's not overly acidic. And I kind of like the herbal lemon tea flavors that I think the sage brings in. But I don't know. It's really sessionable. I find it to be really like a easy drinking, slammable beer. So
let me ask Lucas what he thinks of the beer.
If it is easy drinking?
Oh, in general. Do you like the sage?
Yeah, what do you think?
Like
It's nice. It's really nice. It's a very good starter. This is a dangerous beer for me because it appears to me like, give me 5 liters and nothing is going to happen. It is very smooth, so refreshing.
Yeah, if usually like when we do these collaborations with the bars, we go and get smashed with them and have a good time. But of course, lockdown, we couldn't really do that. So we did like a pub quiz bingo night with them, or a pub quiz, a Zoom night with them a couple weeks back. But I think we drank a bunch of them. I think I had like 5 of these that night. They sneak up on you.
We have a feedback from the audience.
Oh yeah.
It smells like the wine Gewürztraminer. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I could see it because it's got that kind of sweetness and the tartness in there. I think a lot of that's coming from the sage because really there's not any additions. Let me check. I have the recipe in front of me, so I'll just check the hop additions because I don't remember. We used a little bit of Citra, so that would also give some of those. Yeah, I would say that probably that sage and that Citra kind of playing off each other, giving more of that Gewürztraminer flavor, which is like a real white grape kind of essence. So I think the melon from the Citra and the sage are going over. But I definitely think it's not as sweet though, yeah? Like I think
it would be a really, really nice beer also to enjoy on the terrace of Poesiat Kater in summer, to sit there next.
It's definitely to on this thing right here.
And there I could imagine me being there drinking 5 or 6 of it. or maybe 7 if I'm there all the day.
And then 7 beer and a taxi you can order.
Yeah, but with this one.
Well, you know what? Now, if you guys come and do that, I bought a new Bach feet, so you can just sit in the front and I'll pedal you around. Yeah,
perfect.
Lucas, can you please check the train schedule? When is the next train to Amsterdam?
Tonight or tomorrow morning?
I mean, tonight it's probably too late. When we're done here, it's too late for trains.
7:28 at the main station, just changing twice. Perfect.
It's
Oh, there you
It's
go.
a running gag here since yesterday.
since yesterday night.
Are you? I was gonna say, are you allowed even in the country anymore?
We have an excuse. We're on a business trip.
Well, there you
Yeah.
go. Yeah. Well, I don't know about you guys. You guys probably have curfew now too, yeah, or no? Do you have a curfew? No, an oven clock.
Ah,
Yes,
yeah, we need it.
yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. Officially we have,
So,
but there's no really law behind this. But we shouldn't go out after 10 in the night, being drunk.
oh,
So-
okay. But are you allowed to, like, if you're coming from
Yes,
work
yes, of
tonight,
course, of
you
course.
can.
This is like
Oh,
we do
cool.
essential work here.
Yeah.
It's necessary to
Yeah.
be
No,
drunk in the
it's-
streets in the night. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the German economy would collapse if everyone stopped
Yeah,
drinking.
the beer consumption
think
went down
it's-
anyway, so we need to push it a little bit.
Yeah,
That's-
we got to make up for it, man.
it's clear.
So,
Cool.
Lucas,
Cool.
don't you like the beer?
Why
You're drinking slow.
are you?
No, but in the meantime, because I just told everyone that I could imagine like sitting in the sitting on your terrace having the beer in summer, because this kind of sour beers, it's also very nice beer, refreshing beer for summertime. Maybe I would suggest that we can play the little video we have prepared, so that our audience can imagine how it looks like at your place, and how you
Sure.
guys fill the beautiful cans, and they look so cute on the little canning line when they're like chased around before they get the sticker. And then when we're back from the video, we can also talk about Untapped briefly, so that we can explain everyone.
We are very curious. What was your first check-in?
Yeah,
Actually.
so maybe you should check what was your first.
My first check-in. Oh, okay, yeah.
Are we ready to see the video, or is it like too early? I'm not sure. And
The multimedia manager is getting nervous right now.
and-
Oh, he's like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
and in the meantime, everybody can maybe write some comments in German, in Czech, in Spanish, in English.
Yeah.
Lucas can read it all. Yeah.
And I could say a little bit something about the brewery, I guess, in the meantime too, if that helps fill time, if that works.
It's not necessary to fill time. We have a beer here.
Okay.
Maybe you could.
Well,
maybe
I'll tell about what's
maybe
up?
you could talk about what is exactly a kettle sour and where's the difference between other sour styles.
Yeah. So with a kettle sour, what you're doing is you are getting it up to about 75 degrees, and then you're letting it cool. And for this one, we let it cool to 43. So this is the wort. And then we pitch. What we do for our sours is we make a culture. We make our own starter with wheat usually. So we've already have like a full beaker set up, ready to go, already kind of with the yeast and everything pitching and kind of souring. So you dump that in, and you just let it sit in the kettle overnight to get the pH. So the next day we go back and hit it, and our goal is to have a pH level of 3.5, and that gives it a nice sour flavor. So that is the quick and dirty way of souring, and that's why a lot of modern brewers will do a kettle sour Berliner Weiss, which I think back in the day was not the standard. Everything I know, that was like one brewery kind of really did the kettle sour, but everyone else did a long form kind of mixed fermentation souring. So for this one, that's how we did it. So you kind of let the wort cool down a little bit by itself, and you pitch for us, we pitch a starter to help for the souring agent, and then we which is usually lacto bacillus. And then you know, once it hits it, we boil it back up to kill that, and then do beer as normal. But moving forward, we want to do a lot more Brett and mix fermentation, souring schedules, and things like that. Long-term fermentations. Our head brewer, Julian, actually is a PhD in microbiology, and he is kind of a sour nut. So I think this year we're going to start developing recipes, and hopefully next year we're going to be able to do a lot more and make it kind of a thing that we do at the brewery, because it's kind of been a passion project, but we've needed to kind of make the beers that people were looking for a little bit more. And I think hopefully next year we're going to make all the ones that we've been really wanting to just take the time to brew and mess around and experiment a lot more, especially since in about a month, even though we're going to see a lovely video of our proof call here, we're going to be moving the brewery out of the pub, and we have a new brew house location that we're building up, and we're adding 4 more tanks. So exciting stuff.
More tanks, more beer.
More tanks, more beer, a little bit more grungy. We're going to have a tasting / music area that will do events and stuff in moving forward. And so we got something to look forward to in the future. So we'll still have the pub where you can go have all the beers, you know, get some food and everything like that. And then maybe once a month beginning, you can come by the brewery and have a really hastily put together night where we have a lot of beer on tap, you know, experimental stuff for people to try and things like that.
And will you keep the current pub, the location, or will?
Yeah, we're gonna have both. So the pub, I mean, right now as a restaurant, it's actually, well, right now it's not doing great, but before the lockdown, it was doing good because we're 3 years old now. So so it's sustainable as its own thing, but we were running into our production problems with the space, and we just needed more room. So we found, and right now our warehouse is in a different location. So we found a place where we're going to put the warehouse and the brewery in the same spot, and still keep the pub running it as our tasting house. And then, like I said, at our brewery, we'll put together a little like side area where we can do some tastings every once in a while, really one-off, kind of under the radar stuff for a while. But it's not too far away either. It's about a 10-minute bike ride from the proof locale now.
And it's nice. Distances in the Netherlands are measured by minutes per bike
Everything's
ride.
in bike. Yeah.
So just one question: are we ready for the video, or is it still?
Or should we?
Because otherwise, I have another question.
No, I'm ready.
Okay, so we have a look in the video, and
yeah. Okay.
And then we go on with the next beer.
Video.
Okay.
Here we go.
Hello, good afternoon. No, I'm here. Hello, I'm here. Let's have a look at Brouwerij Poesiat Kater.
Yeah.
Today we're canning.
That's Martin, our second
This week
brewer
we're canning
in command.
like 50 hectoliter of our Princess XL. It's the King's Day version. Here's Kenmeister brand. Ready in trays. You still follow me? Here we go. Here we have the brewery. Here we have brewer Ilan. Here we have our 1, 2, 3 fermenters. 4, 5, 6 fermenters and the brew house. And Ilan, What are we brewing today? Elon doesn't know. Okay, thank you. Have fun.
Yeah, welcome back. So
Nice.
So even Todd is excited that he.
Yeah, I forgot about that first video that I sent you guys because I haven't watched it since like someone sent it to us. So I was like, oh, that's cool. But yeah. So you guys could see in the video too, our brew house and canning and everything was kind of in the middle of the pub there and really narrow, small little spot. So we're excited to open that up. We're getting a place roughly the size of a little bit bigger than the actual entire pub for our warehouse and brewery. So it's going to be way bigger. Super excited.
Well, still, it's a nice place out there. I have been there in September to say hello and to collect some beers. To collect some beers for the train ride back to Leipzig.
Oh yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, man, that was a bummer that you guys couldn't actually come and we could hang out and everything. And we were planning on coming to Leipzig too, so that would have been fun.
But have you ever thought about making this with a bar in Germany, the Barmaids collection?
Well, so I think we only do 3 a year, but yeah, I could see us doing that. I don't know who. I mean, there's so many great bars in Germany.
Hey, Todd, come on.
But there is like, I mean, here it says, I remember my first check-in, and then it says, I remember my second lockdown, barmaids. So come on, we are definitely in this.
Yeah, no, I think I really want to expand this series, the barmaids, because if you look at our other ones, if you look it up on Untapped, they don't look like this. They actually have on the back, you see there's like the two old guys kind of chilling. It has more of this like old pubby kind of look to the can usually. So, but
I mean,
yeah, I want to take it around and just like, instead of us saying like, here's a plaque that says you can sell our beer or we think you're cool, we're like, no, let's just make a beer with you because we think you're cool. You know? That's
a really love, how you say it in English? Eine Liebeserklärung. Love. Liebeserklärung in English. I forgot. Who went to
Declaration of love.
Declaration of love. Yeah, whatever.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is. It's our like grand gesture. It's my way of saying like, oh, you guys are so awesome and we love you and let's have a beer together, because it's really fun though, because we get to sit. I mean, with the pre-lockdown ones, we got to sit and have a beer with the bar, the staff and the owners, and hang out and hear from them what they want to make and what they've always wanted to do, and then we get to make that beer. So there's a lot of excitement behind it, and then it's just a really fun series. And because of the lockdown this year, we even used it to like donate proceeds of some of the sale of the beers like back to the bar. So it's just been a really cool, just a fun thing to do with guys and get to really know people a lot more, because also they don't have to buy any of it. It's not like we're like, hey, we're going to make this beer, you have to buy it. It's like, no, we're going to make it, we're going to can it, we're going to keg it, we'll sell it. And I would assume you'd want to buy some because, you help brew it. But they're not obligated, which is kind of a cool thing too. And then, like, I don't know, it's just been a fun experience. And I hope this year things open up and we can do the ones that we want to do this year and keep it going, and even maybe do more in 2022 when we have the bigger brewery up and running.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
I would just briefly say something about Untapped, and then we can move to the next beer because our classes are empty. I'm very thirsty. And for those who watching the first time or not so experienced or not that much of a geek as I am or we are, Untapped is an app. It's like a Facebook for beer lovers, and you can.
It's the Pokemon. It's the Pokemon of beer.
The Pokemon of beer. Okay, it's also a good good way to say it. And there you can find the beers and you can check them in. And so you remember them, you can put a description, you can tag a friend you had the beer with, you can create wish lists and so on. So, I mean, now you have everything written here. You can download the app, you can start today to check in your first beer. And Todd, have you looked it up? What was your first check-in?
Oh yeah, I started to, and then I totally forgot how to do it. So I don't use Untapped really. So let's see, sort by. Ooh, it might have been a Guinness.
But meanwhile, when you're checking, I mean, everybody can already get the next beer, and when they're back with the next beer, which is the can. Like a bit, you will see it in the fridge, in our fridge. It's the Muuke 13.
If I can get it to interact with my note.
Yeah, a little bit. You have to put it closer to the cam, and a bit up. Yeah. Oh, now it's gone. Down.
Oh, magic. It's the one with the Virgin Mary on the front.
But everybody will see it in our fridge now. And then we can also start talking after Todd told us about his first check-in, that he's not remembering. He has to look it up. Then we can also talk about the old brewery, what you already mentioned, because they're the old guys on the back of the can. And about the history of the old brewery, which I find like very interesting actually, and I also find it very cool that you're taking this from history into today and making something out of it, with all the names and the little stories on the back. And I think this is also what is like craft beers are about a bit like making it like a piece of art, not just putting a beer in a can or bottle, but making some great artwork around or telling a story. Yeah.
Sure. So, next beer?
I mean, our place is like super large, like walking to the fridge and back, it can take forever. It's like,
Oh yeah, you guys are waiting for yours. Here, I'm gonna make you jealous.
Yeah,
and just do this
because
slow
the
pour.
social media manager, he is a little bit slow today.
Maybe he's been drinking too many of the beers.
I guess.
Too less. Yeah. Today, I don't know. Snow. There's lots of snow outside already.
Können wir kurz reden?
Yeah.
Oh, hasn't come here yet. So I found it, my first check-in, I think, was on February 11th, 2016. And it was a holiday ale from Nagnaol out of Norway.
Yeah.
All right. So we are back. So there was just a question from the audience. What exactly is Poesiat Kater? What does it mean? Like, I guess that people ask what is the meaning behind the name of the brewery.
Yeah, so long story short, in the 1700s, there was a brewery called the Crown Falcon, the Gekronde Valk, which was the largest brewery in the Netherlands. When we started out, one of the things we were doing was making some of those historic recipes, bringing those back. It was a brewery that was around for 200 years and then shut down. So we have our Volhoven Stout, which is one of the old recipes that we brought back. That brewery, in the late 1800s, around 1860, hired two guys to do a bunch of social programs. So they were one of the first companies like large corporate companies in the Netherlands, and I think also in Europe, to have social programs for their employees, like paid sick leave, paternity leave, employee education programs, things like that. And the guys that were in charge of running those programs were named Bart Poesiat and Klaus Kater. So our name is kind of an homage to them. Also, when you translate it, it means, poetry at hangovers, or,
Poetry und Hangover.
Yeah, poetry and hangovers. So, which is why we have a series called the Poetry of Hangover beer series, which is our experimental series. But, and then all of our core beers, like that we make all the time, are either characters that are people that used to work at the brewery. So like this beer we're drinking now is the Muuke.
Okay.
And Muuke was the accountant at the old brewery.
Yeah, it's also written on here a little bit who was Muuke on
Yeah.
the back of the can. But maybe we can briefly follow some requests, because if we don't do it now,
No, and I guess we can do a short summary
after,
yeah.
yeah.
Todd, maybe we could talk a little bit about this beer. What is the special on number 13?
And
because it's a series.
Okay, and it has a beautiful color. So, yeah, but
Yeah, so Muuke as a beer series, it's a rotation series pale ale. So because Muuke was the accountant, he was our original pale ale name, and we decided to take Muuke and make him a rotation series because every beer is like a new invoice, was kind of the inside joke on that. So this is the 13th different Muuke we made, and we knew it was going to come out around the holiday times, so we wanted to do a Christmas beer or a winter beer this year, and we didn't want to do a stout because we have a stout festival in November where we do a bunch of stouts, and we kind of thought, well, everyone's doing a winter stout, and there's not a lot of people doing winter ales. And I remembered a brewery called Silet's Brewery in Siletz, Oregon, used to make this beer called a winter warmer that I fell in love with. Like, it was this killer beer. And the concept behind it, which I had always thought it had German roots, but maybe not so much. I think it was more English, but they called it a winter warmer, and it was a pale ale essentially, spiced with ginger and nutmeg and cinnamon and cardamom and clove and all that. And it was always really nice. So it was like a robust pale ale with a little bit of Christmas spice. And it was 6.5%. So when we were talking about what should we do, I was really pushing for this. And at first everyone was like, cool, we'll make it 8%, blah, blah, blah. I said, no, guys, like, it's a Muuke. It needs to be 5.7. We need to make a full body Christmas spice beer that is drinkable, like that you can just session, that you can sip and enjoy. And so we went off and tried to do that and make it, just kind of subtly spiced. It has a lot of tea quality because of the herbs, but I don't know. I'm really happy with it because it fits the nice cold weather. It fits the snowy times. And if you're wanting something wintry, but you don't really feel like having a big stout, I think this is a nice kind of supplement in that. Like just a sessionable winter ale. So that was kind of the deal with that with this.
I guess it's exactly what you describe.
Yeah, it's really
all right.
Really dry also. I feel it's dry and not sweet, and the spices are well integrated. If that's the right word.
There's once again the question: what exactly, which spices are in this beer?
Yeah, it is ginger and I want to say nutmeg off the top of my head, but I'm pulling up the recipe sheet right now.
Yeah, you're well prepared.
Hey, I opened the one for the next one accidentally, so I can tell you what's in the 14, but
but it's
Couldn't tell you. Let's see. We put in. I know for a fact ginger and nutmeg. Let's see. We hopped with Columbus, Brambling Cross. No, this is the wrong one again. God, gosh darn it.
maybe we
Like
just
looking at
maybe
it.
we just say it's a secret recipe.
No. We got it. I got it right here. Sorry. No, I keep opening the wrong one. Oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah, it's a secret recipe. No one will ever know.
And how long?
No, it was just ginger and nutmeg. It says so on the back.
The
of
question
can,
was
too.
for the spices.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. And Todd, how long are
Yeah.
you producing such a series? Like, if you have the number 13, is it just for 1 year, one season, and then you go on, or do you repeat this series?
Yeah, so we started the series, I want to say, in January 1st. We started in 2018, and we only make the beers once, but we keep the same base recipe. And we were making them, I think, every other month. And then this year, we're only going to be releasing 3, but we're going to make larger quantities of them. So the first one we're going to do 14, 15, and 16 this year, and the number 14 is actually going to be an homage for any of your football fans out there you might know, but it's going to be a homage to Johan Cruyff, who is a Dutch football legend, and also the namesake of our stadium here, the Ajax Stadium here in Amsterdam. And then number 15 is going to be another smash, so single malt, single hop pale ale. And then number 16 is actually going to be like a black pale ale, so not a black IPA, a black pale ale. And we have a beer that comes out in kind of like our Maibach time, so in May, but it's called the Dos Burros, which is a Mexican blonde ale, we call it, which with tamarind and mosaic hops. And the Muuke 16 is going to be the Dos Burros Oscuros, so the black Dos Burros, with strawberry and chocolate malts and roasted malts. So it's going to be a black pale ale with strawberry and some chili pepper, I think.
That sounds amazing.
Yeah, it's so the guy that was in the video that showed us around, Martin, the Dos Burros was his beer that he brought in as a home brew that we tasted, and we were like, this is fucking awesome. Let's make it. And then it's blown up a little bit for us, and it's a beer we really like and people kind of asked for. And he's been wanting to do a dark version of it for a while. And I said, well, let's just do it as a Muuke, and then if it picks on, then we can throw it back in as a beer later on, like its own thing. So, yeah.
Yeah, great. Lucas, what do you think? Is it the right time for like a little summary in German language, or?
Yes, Todd, we have been asked to make a little summary of what we talked about in German, because not everyone from our audience is so good in American English.
Also with Waldo, like
with your strong accent. So don't worry. I'm just we are going to talk a little bit in German. Maybe you will understand, because when you speak Dutch, you can understand German as well, I guess.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, and for all the others who are watching tonight and who are not speaking German so well, they can now improve their German. So it's like a lesson where you can learn languages and you can learn about beer.
Genau. Also wir haben uns das auch eigentlich vorgenommen, immer kurz ein bisschen auf Deutsch zusammenzufassen, aber das ist natürlich auch eine Frage der Zeit, wie man das machen kann und ob man alles wirklich übersetzen könnte, aber das ist schwierig. Deswegen ganz kurz, wir haben gerade eben mit Todd gesprochen oder wir sprechen noch mit Todd von der Brauerei Poesiat Kater, was übersetzt heißt, es sind zwei Namen von zwei Brauerei-Angestellten aus dem 19. Jahrhundert. Aber der Witz ist halt, das heißt Poesie und Kater, also Kater, ja, Hangover. Kater. Und das erste Bier war ein Berliner Weiße Stil und das habt ihr ja geschmeckt, das habt ihr, ich weiß nicht, Todd hat ein bisschen drüber erzählt, wie das gemacht wird.
Mit Salbei und eben Berliner Weißes Bier mit Salbei, also ein saures Bier, eher für den Sommer, genau.
Genau, das zweite Bier ist halt aus einer Serie, das ist immer das gleiche Grundrezept, was dann abgewandelt wird. Mit verschiedenen Gewürzen diesmal als Winterbier quasi. Und ja, was könnte man noch? Was ist das Wichtige? Also ihr sollt unbedingt in die Brauerei kommen. 2022 wird angebaut und es wird größer und es gibt eine größere Brauerei, mehr Bier und alles wird wunderbar.
Genau. Und was noch das Interessante wirklich ist an dieser Brauerei, das sieht man auch eben hinten auf der Dose. Der Text, den kann man sich durchlesen. Oder auch die Flaschen. Wir haben auch noch andere Sachen von Poesiat Kater da, beziehungsweise von der ursprünglichen Brauerei, die es mal gab. Und das hatte ja Todd so erzählt, dass die eben, die Gründer der Brauerei viel so, wie nennt man, hier gibt es doch auch in Leipzig die Meierischen Häuser, oder wo man eben viel für die Arbeiter getan hat, Wohnraum geschaffen hat, soziale Programme aufgelegt hat. Und dafür sind die eben bekannt gewesen, also zumindest Poesiat und Kater, die beiden Herrschaften sozusagen von der Brauerei. Und nun eben hat sich die Neugründung, die machen sich eben die Geschichte zunutze und arbeiten viel damit und nennen dann auch eben ihre Biere nach ehemaligen Mitarbeitern der alten Brauerei. Und das ist eigentlich eine sehr schöne Sache. Deswegen lohnt es sich immer da mal hinten noch den Text durchzulesen. Und bei der Sache jetzt, was wir trinken, das ist eine Serie, das ist die Nummer 13. Todd hat ja schon gesagt, also da gibt es noch mehrere, die demnächst kommen, wo es ein dunkles Pale Ale geben wird, wo es ein Pale Ale geben wird, was nur mit einem Malz, einem Hopfen Smash ist, Single Malt, Single Hop, ja, also eine Sorte Malz, eine Sorte Hopfen gebraut ist. Also sie lassen sich da immer was einfallen. Ich finde ich weiß nicht, ob jetzt schon jemand was zu dem Geschmack gesagt hat, aber es ist für mich auch wirklich ein sehr gut gelungenes Bier. Also man könnte sagen, am Anfang, wenig Schaum, was ist das? Bisschen bitter, aber ich fand es wirklich sehr schön und ich finde, Todd hat es, oder die Jungs und Mädels in der Brauerei haben das sehr gut gemacht. Very well done, winter warmer with not too much alcohol. Okay. Then.
So, Todd, just for you, I don't know if you read the comments as well on YouTube, but the feedback is, let's say, just and only positive. The people like your beer. Very good.
Nice. Nice. That's all we can hope for, man. All we can hope for.
I mean, what I have to say is, like, we probably didn't choose the most smashing beers of you guys tonight. I mean, of Poesiat Kater. I was like, you have the special series, this Hangover series, Poetry of Hangover series. They're all like large cans, like with high % of alcohol. So, and I was actually up for, there's an Imperial Glitter Gose, also in German eine Gose mit Glitzer, und ja, sie glitzert wirklich.
Und ist pink.
And she's pinke Glitzergose and some other things, but if we would have started off with that, then, we would already speak alcoholish by now.
Well, and you know what, guys, like, I like doing tastings with that stuff, but I also like doing it with our stuff that, like, we're drinking all the time at the brew house, because it's like, yeah, we make all the crazy stuff and we like it. Like, we made a 17% stout that I fucking love, but like, it's it's nice to do a tasting and say, here's something that you might not grab off the shelf, like as you're walking by, but if you grab it, it'll go good with dinner. It's like a nice thing. And when you get into brewing, like I've been doing this for now 10 years, right? Like in 3 different countries, 10 years. And it's awesome. It's always awesome to make the pastry stout and the crazy like glitter goes and stuff like that. That stuff's fun and it's cool. And especially if you can make it taste good, it's rad. But I always want to go back to that thing I'm going to drink 6 of, you know, that poundable beer. So I like talking about those ones because those ones are, you know, you can have one 17% stout, but I can have like 4 of these Muukas.
Yeah, of course. Like the freaks are grabbing, the first beer is the 17% stout, but these are the beers which are interesting because they are not like on first sight like the most interesting things. And but if you take a sip and 2 and 3, then it's a wonderful beer. So Todd, how is your relationship to the other 2 guys? We have here the table writing Drie vrienden uit Damsko. So you're really friends.
I mean, if I think about the 2 biggest assholes I know on this planet.
Okay, so we are glad. we are glad that we had the good guy at the first.
Yeah. No, man. So. Really good relationship with these 2 brewers actually in Amsterdam. We all came up at about the same time brewery wise. Paul from Walhalla and I actually have known each other. We both lived in Norway together, so we've known each other for a while. I think 7 years now. And Jan from Butcher's Tears, him and I just met and hit it off, and we get together and we do game nights and stuff like that. So they're cool guys, and I appreciate both of their beers a lot. Whenever anybody asks me what's my favorite brewery in Amsterdam, I always actually say Butcher's Tears because I think they do some crazy stuff and have a really cool ethos when it comes to beer. And Walhalla makes just probably one of the best IPAs, I think, in the Netherlands. They're Loki. Which I can drink for days, and so I like these guys a lot, and I always tell people, like, if you don't want me, you know, if you don't want our beer, check out these 2 guys. They're great. So they're definitely our brothers, and I like hanging out with them. I like drinking beer with them. It'll be nice when we can all get together. But it's also bad. Paul and I both have kids now, and so when we all hang out, the 3 of us, it just means that we're going to get in trouble when we get home.
Yeah. So, I understand. And do you have the beers from the other brewers on your table right now? Because I guess it's the time that we have to say hello to Jan.
I'm gonna go grab something.
Yes, of course. You should have some Butcher's Tears in your fridge.
And everyone should now grab the next beer, I guess, or? Are you ready for the next beer? Seid ihr bereit für ein schönes Grainiac?
So just Todd, I don't know. You stay on the line, and maybe in the end we can do some little end up, or I don't know if you have something else to do, or otherwise.
I might have to bounce in and out, but I'll stay in the area. Yeah, I'll hang about.
Okay. Stay tuned. Maybe we need you again later.
All right, I'll be on. I'll be waiting.
Perfect. Drink some beer.
All right, for sure.
So thanks.
Cool guys.
Thanks for now, and see you later.
Again. Yeah, for sure.
Oh,
cheers.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Bye guys. Bye everyone out on there on YouTube.
Yeah, so I have to ask our Jan what we should do next. Should we do next get the beer first, or should we introduce Jan first, or should we make Jan introducing himself first, maybe?
Maybe at first we can say hello to Jan.
Hello Jan, can you hear us? Jan from Amsterdam. We cannot hear you. I think you're still muted. Dein Ton ist immer noch aus.
Hey, guten Abend, grüß dich, schönen Abend. Hey. Introduziere ich mich heute selbst heute Abend, gerne. Ich weiß nicht, ob das im Deutschen durchhalte, aber ich versuche das gern mal. Mein Deutsch ist mittlerweile so einfach. Ich habe mehr als die Hälfte meines Lebens im Ausland mittlerweile gewohnt. Ja, ich bin von Butchers Tears. Wir haben die Brauerei um 2012 angefangen, auch wo wir immer noch sind, im Süden von Amsterdam. Die Brauerei ist direkt hinter mir. Wir haben uns direkt am Anfang gesagt, dass wir uns echt auf ein bisschen in die Richtung von anderen eigenen Bieren entwickeln wollen, mit viel Fokus auf der europäischen Brautradition oder Braukultur. Und wenn ich europäisch sage, dann sage ich sehr viel Englisch, aber auch sehr viel Skandinavisch, Belgisch, ja, deutsche Braukultur, nicht per se in den Bieren selbst, aber sehr viel von dem Wissen und der tschechischen, aber dann auch der baltischen zum Beispiel. Das heißt, sehr viele unserer Biere sind nicht unbedingt direkt in der neueren Craft-Bier, der amerikanischen, situationiert, obwohl wir uns natürlich da auch Elemente und Techniken raussuchen und natürlich immer ein Auge drauf behalten, was passiert, aber auch sehr viel damit arbeiten, was es eigentlich in Europa gibt, weil es echt eine unglaubliche Vielfalt, eine Breite und eine Komplexität gibt, die du heute in der kommerziellen Bierkultur gar nicht mehr wahrnehmen kannst, weil es entweder lokale Bierkulturen sind, die wirklich nur lokal existieren, wo Biere dann auch gemacht werden, die du eigentlich nicht, sagen wir, distributieren oder verkaufen kannst außerhalb, weil du entweder sie jung trinken musst oder weil sie keine Biere sind, die du abfüllen kannst. Oder einfach, weil es zum Beispiel nicht kommerzielle Bierkulturen sind. Biere, die lokal gebraut werden für lokale Anlässe in nicht kommerziellen kommunalen Brauereien, wie zum Beispiel, nehmen wir jetzt mal die Zeugenkultur, in der Oberpfalz oder in Schweden, in den Baltics hast du sehr viele Bauern, die, sagen wir mal, da Biere brauen, die sie vielleicht, oder wo sie das Brauen von ihren Eltern gelernt haben oder ihren Großeltern. Und in dem Sinne sind sie nicht in der modernen technischen Braukultur verankert. Und das sind ganz interessante Techniken, ganz interessante Geschmäcker. Und das ist so ein bisschen, wo wir gesagt haben, das kann man weiterführen, das kann man weiterentwickeln in was Modernes. Und wir können uns auch sehr daran finden, in diesem technischen, fokussierten Brauen, das aber auch das sehr offen ist, intellektuell. Okay, ist das eine gute Einführung?
Ja,
sehr
danke.
gut. Ja. Aber welches Bier werden wir jetzt trinken?
Grainiac. Ja, bevor ich zum Grainiac komme, wir haben ein bisschen viel gewagt, als wir das Bier jetzt zu euch nach Leipzig rausgeschickt haben. Normal, alle unsere Biere gehen durch wir haben offene Gärung und dann werden die Biere eigentlich alle gelagert. Das macht es nicht aus, ob das jetzt IPAs sind oder ob es skandinavische Biere sind, Stouts. Und wir, wie sagt man das im Deutschen, wir Conditioning, wir entweder kreuzen oder machen eine Nachgärung in der Flasche. Einfach, weil ich denke, dass es sehr viel Komplexität zu dem Bier gibt und die Biere eigentlich sehr viel länger frisch hält und weiterentwickelt. Ich habe diese Biere, die wir euch geschickt haben, das Grainiac, das habe ich direkt aus dem Warmraum geholt, wobei es noch nicht vollkommen fertig war mit der Nachgärung, weil wir eigentlich gedacht hatten, dass ein Transport nach Leipzig, das kannst du innerhalb von 2-3 Tagen machen und dann setzt ihr die Biere warm und dann kommt die Gärung bei euch klar. Leider, vielleicht sollte man das in Covid-Times nicht machen, aber es hat 10 Tage gedauert. Von daher könnte das jetzt sein, dass das Grainiac, das ihr jetzt habt, dass das eine sehr niedrige, oder vielleicht keine, ich weiß es nicht, Carbonisierung hat. Aber gießt es mal ein, gießt es nicht zu aggressiv ein, sodass ihr noch die Bubbles, die Carbonation, dass ihr die noch im Bier behaltet. Aber dann würde ich vorschlagen, dann starten wir direkt mit dem Grainiac.
Ja.
Okay, ich weiß nicht, wie es bei euch aussieht. Ich habe die Kamera ausgeschaltet, aber...
Bei uns sieht es genauso aus, genau, ein ganz gelbes Etikett. Ja, Jan, vielen Dank schon mal für die Vorgeschichte. Und es war tatsächlich so, dass das Bier hier angekommen ist und ich den ganzen Tag schon gewartet habe und die Spedition einfach gesagt hat, nachdem ich Todd genervt habe, Todd hat dann nochmal angerufen vor Ort in Amsterdam und dann wurde gesagt, ja, ihr habt das ja abgelehnt, aber hier war niemand. Und so hat es dann von Donnerstag bis Dienstag in irgendeiner Lagerhalle verbracht, also 5 Tage. Und ich wollte es gerne warm stellen. Aber es ist ja auch gut, mal zu sehen, was passiert, wenn es eben nicht ganz zu Ende fertig ist. Ich habe schon ein Fläschchen getrunken.
Das auch. Und,
ja, das ist gut geschmeckt. Aber ja, man sieht, man gießt es ein und man sieht, es ist wirklich sehr unsprudelig.
Ich meine, wir nennen das ja hier Behind the Scenes. Das heißt, hier sind wir quasi direkt in der Brauerei, noch bevor der Brauvorgang abgeschlossen ist. Also
ja, ich meine, es ist in dem Sinne, es ist sehr ungestundet, würde man es wahrscheinlich im Deutschen nennen. Es ist jetzt kein klassischer Ungeschnitt und ich möchte das auch echt nicht behaupten. Aber sagen wir mal, wenn wir es noch 5 Tage, 6 Tage später aus dem Warmraum genommen hätten, hätte sie auch eine schöne Schaumkrieg gehabt. Schon. Es ist keine harte Karbonisierung, es ist nicht sehr hoch, die ist sehr niedrig. Und da kommen wir jetzt zum Beispiel auch zum Stout wieder dann. Generell halten wir das eigentlich auch eher mit der niedrigen Karbonisierung. Das finde ich in den fränkischen Bieren eigentlich auch immer ganz angenehm. Aber ja, eine schöne Schaumkragen, das liebt man in Deutschland auch häufig, weiß ich noch, die Niederländer auch, sollte das Bier eigentlich schon immer noch haben. Aber ich denke, das sollte kein Problem sein, über das Bier zu sprechen, weil es sehr viel zu sagen gibt und auch zu schmecken, was noch trotzdem ganz interessant ist. Okay, Pale Stout, vielleicht kennen einige von euch. Die Amerikaner haben vor ein paar Jahren das White Stout eingeführt. Damit hat das nichts zu tun. Ein White Stout bei den Amerikanern ist so ein bisschen die Idee vom Black IPA, das schwarz aussieht, aber nicht schwarz schmeckt. Und White Stout, ein Stout, das hell ist, aber nach dunkel schmeckt. Pale Stout ist ein wirklich existierender Biertyp aus der englischen Braukultur. Wenn ihr mal ein bisschen zurückguckt auf die alten Guinness-Etiketten oder selbst die neueren noch, da steht drauf Maker, Produzent des einzigen braunen Stouts. Das heißt, bis ungefähr 1820 hatte man in England Pale Stouts und Brown Stouts, braune Stouts und helle Stouts. Stout in dem Sinne ist in der britischen Brautradition sowas wie der dritte oder der vierte Biertyp. Du hast traditionell das Ale, das ist das, heute würde man das als obergäriges Bier beschreiben, ich bin nicht sehr glücklich mit den Begriffen obergärig und untergärig, aber ich würde es beschreiben als ein leicht gehopftes, häufig dunkles, leicht süßliches Bier, das ist das Ale. Dann hast du das Stout später noch. Das Stout ist die eigene Kategorie. In der Frühzeit ist es eigentlich ein bitteres, sehr vollmundig von den Malzen. Bier, auch stark. Das ist eigentlich, was Stout im Englischen bedeutet. Und da hast du dann 2 Varianten von. Da hast du das helle und das dunkle Stout. Und das braune Stout hat natürlich den Röstmalzen, der dann bis 1820, 1830 historisch mit dem braunen Röstmalzen gebraut worden ist. Und ab 1830 ist es eigentlich, dadurch, dass du neue Malztypen, das Schwarz, das Patent Malt hattest, da konntest du früher historisch 100% braunen Malz benutzen. Und ab 1830 konntest du dann 5% dunklen Malzen gebrauchen und 95% hellen. Und das helle Stout, das ist dann damals eigentlich nur wirklich Pale Malt, heller Malzen gewesen. Aber sehr vollmundig, sehr dick. Und das produziert aber eigentlich keiner mehr seit 1820, 1830. Was ist schade, was eigentlich ein sehr interessanter Biertyp ist. Und das ist jetzt generell, haben wir sehr viel Interesse an historischen Brauen oder Brauen, das vor uns passiert ist. Einfach, weil man da sehr viel lernen kann, weil natürlich haben Brauer immer Sachen probiert. Wenn Menschen über Bier sprechen, dann sprechen sie immer so, als wäre crafty Bier jetzt die Revolution und vorher wäre nichts passiert. Aber natürlich hat sich viel verändert. Das heißt, das Pale Stout, wir haben so ein bisschen das Interesse genommen an der niederländischen und belgischen Bierkultur, wo sehr viel mit verschiedenen Getreiden gebraut worden ist. Das heißt, das Pale Stout hier, das ist, jetzt wird schwierig, ob ich das im Deutschen zusammenkriege, mit Hafer, Dinkel, jetzt müsst ihr mir helfen. Gerste ist Barley. Ja. Richtig? Ja. Oat ist Hafer. Ja. Rye ist Rogge. Ja. Spelt ist Dinkel. Ich glaube schon, ja. Spelt ist Dinkel. Wheat ist Weizen, Maize ist Mais. Das heißt, mit diesen 6 verschiedenen Getreiden gebaut. Und das ist so ein bisschen das Bier. Das ist, es ist sehr lang gekocht. Das heißt, du hast nur die Bittere von dem Hopfen, hast eigentlich nicht mehr so viel Geschmack von dem Hopfen. Und die ganze Fruchtigkeit, ich weiß nicht, was ihr jetzt hier gerade habt, aber die ganze Fruchtigkeit des Bieres kommt nur von der Hefe und nur vom Malzen.
Welche Hefe ist da verwendet worden?
Das ist vielleicht auch noch ein ganz
Frage aus dem Publikum.
Ja, gerne auch. Schmeiß die Fragen einfach an mich.
Genau.
Das ist vielleicht noch ein ganz interessantes Detail, dass wir arbeiten nur mit offenen Bottichen. Das sieht man in deutschen Brauereien eigentlich auch recht häufig, tschechischen Brauereien und zum Teil noch in englischen Brauereien. Und die offenen Bottiche haben einige Vorteile. Und einer der Hauptvorteile für uns ist, dass wir wie nennen wir es im Deutschen, dass wir die Hefe harvesten, würde ich im Englischen sagen, dass wir die Hefe ernten, genau, dass wir die Hefe ernten können. Die Hefe steigt auf und bildet einen Schutzschaum, vielleicht sollte man sagen, Schutzschaum auf dem vergärenden Bier. Und wir können die Hefe sehr genau beobachten und in dem Moment, wo wir sehen, das ist jetzt so wirklich der perfekte Moment, da ernten wir die Hefe von dem Bier. Und was wir jetzt machen, das ist sehr ungekannt in der deutschen Braukultur und es gibt noch einige in der englischen Braukultur, die das machen. Wir haben vor 9 Jahren das erste Mal unsere Hefe dem Bier oder dem Jungbier hinzugefügt. Das ist eine Hefe gewesen, die wir von einer englischen Brauerei bekommen haben. Die haben das genauso gemacht, die haben die Hefe immer geerntet und dann wieder dem Bier zugefügt. Das heißt, die ist noch nie im Labor gewesen, die ist auch nicht, es ist keine Reinhefe in dem Sinne. So was wir machen ist, wir ernten die Hefe vom Bier und geben die auf dem nächsten Bier direkt wieder zu. Das heißt, in dem Sinne ist es so ein, wie sagt man im Deutschen, Sourdough, Sauerteigbrot.
Aber
genau.
Jan, wir können sowieso mal...
Genau, ich wollte fragen, ob du eventuell, weil wir einige Gäste auch von den britischen Inseln haben, die sicherlich über das Stout und so gerne ob du einfach nur in 5 Sätzen, das zusammenfassen könntest.
I have a video going on, please.
Would it be done?
Well, I'm still working here. I have a video stream, sorry.
Okay, we zijn wel goed aan de light.
Sorry.
No problem.
This is beer behind the scenes.
Okay, maybe I can get a quick summary in English. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
great.
just a quick wrap up. Why is it,
Okay.
not
Yeah.
that detailed, but because we have some people who are not. We have a
Awesome.
good mix tonight. We have Dutch people watching. We have people from Ireland watching who live in Leipzig. Dutch people who live in the Netherlands. We have Germans watching. We have Dutch people who live in Leipzig watching. So it's a nice, crowd.
Yeah, I can't do it so well in Dutch, but in English I can do a quick summary. So Pale Stout is actually quite interesting because historically you had brown stouts and pale stouts. Before 1930 you got a new variety of malt, patent malt, which is black malt. And Guinness is historically actually brown stout. Nowadays it would be black stout. So pale stout is actually a historically existing beer type, which would be only used with pale malt. There wouldn't be any roast character in the beer. This would be very full-bodied, bitter, very viscous beer. And so generally we like brewing in this European brew traditions, British, Scandinavian, Dutch, partly. There isn't so much tradition over here, or culture. So we were thinking about connecting heritage of the pale stout with maybe a bit more local brewing tradition. And the Belgians and the Dutch had a little bit of a history of farm brewing. So they weren't using barley that much. They were using a lot of different grain varieties as well. Not grain varieties, but also different strains. So the Grainiac is brewed with 6 different grains: spelt, rye, wheat, maize, oats, and barley. And so the idea was really here to try to brew a beer that has a bitterness, that has a viscosity, the thickness, that we kind of connect to stouts historically, but also stouts still nowadays, but just expose the flavor variety that you really can't get from these malt varieties and from the yeast as well. And it's something that breweries really don't like to do, to brew with that much different grains. You can add enzymes to the brew, but it's horrible to lauter. I mean, this is gonna take you hours and hours. It becomes thick as a brick. So it's not a fun thing to do. But sometimes you have to do stuff which is not fun, but creates interesting beers. So all the flavors in this beer, not really hop derived, the fruitiness, but it's mainly from the yeast and the malts working in synergy or in tandem. So,
thank you.
I don't know what aromatics do you get?
Someone said something like apple. Like this, I can confirm. Like this is really like. Of course, we have a less carbonated beer than you have, but anyway, it's great. Like the flavors are great, and it's really interesting to have this combination of the malts. I like it a lot.
Yeah, it's like Apfel. Ich denke auch immer im Deutsch. Wie nennt man das? Die Birne, die weiche Birne, so frisch geschnitten, weißt du, wenn du direkt an der Nase hast. Aber das Interessante an der Birne, denke ich persönlich, so an dem Aroma, ist ja, dass es ist kein sehr ausgesprochenes, kein sehr starkes Aroma, sondern es ist sehr sanft, aber sehr nuanciert. Und das ist vielleicht was ihr dann auch in vielen unseren Bieren seht, ist, dass wir nicht per se die großen Gesten machen an den Bieren, sondern versuchen irgendwie so eine Nuance zu finden. Und das Interessante an dem Bier natürlich ist auch die Textur. Und die Textur, ich finde die ganze Textur sehr interessant, zusammen mit zum Beispiel Apple, vielleicht leicht Peach, diese leichten Fruchtnoten, junge Fruchtnoten.
Aber es ist auch irgendwie schön trocken, also es ist irgendwie hat auch so eine gewisse Trockenheit und ist nicht so süß. Manchmal hat man es ja auch durch die Röstmalze, dass es ziemlich süß daherkommt.
Und ein schönes bitteres Finish so.
Und aber auch süß und dann aber auch schwer. Und das ist irgendwie trotz der 7% Alkohol, ist es ein Bier, was sehr leicht...
Your video calling you?
Ja, nee, das trockene Biere ist was, wo wir eigentlich auch, oder ich persönlich und auch als Brauerei, ist es was wir dahinter stehen. Ich finde das auch häufig schwierig in diesen neueren Biers, die extreme Süße. Und auch gerade in Stouts sollten auch dunkle Stouts sollten definitiv per se, ich möchte das jetzt nicht sagen, dass sie nicht als süße bestehen sollten, aber wenn ich an einen Stout denke, dann denke ich definitiv an ein trockenes Bier, ein trockenes, bitteres Bier und nicht ein süßes Bier. Das ist vielleicht, was ich häufig gerade ein bisschen vermisse, ist, dass man kann ja die süße Assoziation im Bier, die kannst du auch haben mit einem trockenen Bier. Das muss ja nicht per se süß sein, sondern Bier trinken ist ja auch sehr viel Psychologie.
Das stimmt, die Psychologie.
Was sagt denn die Psychologie zu unserem Kühlschrank und dem nächsten Getränk eigentlich?
Wir könnten noch kurz die Frage stellen, was mich schon seit Anbeginn interessiert, woher kommt der Name Butcher's Tears? Was steht da dahinter?
Yeah, I don't really know. Wir haben jetzt echt ein paar Mal überlebt und ich war seit Anfang an dabei und jeder von uns hat eine andere Theorie. So maybe I quickly jump to English and then mache ich eine Kurzversion auf Deutsch. My version is that so Eric, with whom I'm doing the brewery, he was a pretty famous crust metal drummer, and God knows why, but his nickname was the Butcher. And so I think 13 years ago, we brewed a beer which she was very interested in, like a kind of old British 19th century Imperial Stout, 10% oder 12%, echt. Und dann, das war damals so ein bisschen sein Favorit. Und das haben wir The Butcher genannt. Und während des Brautprozesses, it happens during the brew process, we just kind of got this idea. It's like, well, let's do a second running. You know, I mean, there's so much sugar still left in the malt. It would be just utter waste to just chuck them. So we did a second running with that same malt, and we ended up on this, rather light 4.5% beer, quite bitter, but yeah, very beautiful, like light, stout, really rich, smooth. And there was just this beautiful moment of, especially when have brewed for a while, but like beginning brewers are very often very meticulous, very nerdy on, that's how you do it, you have to follow the rules. And it was just this kind of very nice moment of like, let's go with the flow, let's start to do something. And so that beer we called the Butcher's Tears, because compared to the 12% stout, it was a slight 4.5% stout. So that's somehow how I recall the name emerging. If it's the truth, I can't tell you, but yeah.
But the people or everybody can find out the truth, or can try to find it out by like visiting you in Amsterdam when it's possible again, have some beers there, and maybe they hear the other stories, or
yeah, that
or they can make up their own story. So.
Very much. I mean, there's something beautiful about origin stories, but there's also something very beautiful about not having an origin story, right? So no, but yes, we have a bar. We actually have two in Amsterdam. We have a bar at the brewery, and we have a bar a bit further away in the center of Amsterdam. And we are very much a brewery that you will find more at our own place than at other places. We are trying to brew quite a variety of beers, and also I think often personally that it's beers that are very hard to sell to other bars or shops, because
you don't think you'll like going by accounts again?
Oh, now we hear
at least accounts, right?
Now we hear Paul talking.
Oh yeah, Paul. Are you asking me, or you're chatting with? No. So definitely come by our place. We usually have like 10 drafts, but we have a lot of beers that I think are quite difficult to sell to shops or bars, because bar owners and shop owners, they like to have IPAs nowadays, which I understand, but that doesn't give you for a particularly rich or diverse flavor culture. Yeah. So our own bars are usually the places.
Well, I honestly have only had, I think I've had like 2, maybe 3 work from home days.
I think
pandemic began.
Paul?
So
Paul?
it's not
Hello
really
from
an option.
Leipzig. Hello, Paul.
So the past few weeks have also been government hands jump in a few afternoons, and then Natalia would do like a half day, and I would do a half day.
Yeah, but we can also listen to Paul for a little while. Why not? I mean, Paul will be next after we finish this beer. We will speak to Paul anyway. So why not already getting in, getting.
So Jan, was ist das nächste Bier?
Das nächste Bier. Wenn ihr könnt, nehmt ein Glas Wasser, weil das ist ein ziemlich großer Gulp.
Zwischen oder dazu?
Zwischen.
Also, das haben wir.
Haben wir schon.
Haben wir schon?
Habt ihr schon.
Aber für alle anderen, die es noch nicht gemacht haben, bitte ein Glas Wasser.
Nein, nicht.
Okay, ich nehme es doppelt.
Das zweite Bier, das Lipreader. Es ist in die Richtung gebraut, was ich schon vorhin gesagt habe, was ich ganz interessant finde, in die Richtung eines klassisch schwedischen Landbiers. Das ist jetzt nicht unbedingt ein Bierstil, und ich bin auch kein großer Verfechter oder Fan von Bierstils. Das sind eigentlich mehr Erfindung, als dass sie wirklich bestehen. Aber sagen wir mal, ein Bauernbier, ein schwedisches Bauernbier. Wir brauchen das einmal im Jahr. Wir fragen jedes Jahr einen anderen kleinen Bauernhof auf Gotland, das ist eine schwedische Insel, einen Bauern, um uns das Malz selbst herzustellen. Das heißt, der Bauer nimmt von seinem eigenen Feld die Gerste und, wie sagt man das in Deutschland, trocknet und malzt die selber. Und die traditionellen Bauern haben eigentlich sehr interessante Techniken entwickelt historisch, um Malze herzustellen. Das heißt, das sind dann Rauchmalze. In Deutschland kennst du das natürlich auch, da hast du Spezial in Bamberg und Schenkel natürlich, die auch ihre eigenen Rauchmalze machen. Und in Schweden, Skandinavien, in Baltics hast du auch sehr viele verschiedene Techniken. Das Interessante ist, dass natürlich in Deutschland hast du das ist im Deutschen, das Beechwood. Was ist Beechwood auf Deutsch?
Rote Beete. Rote Beete.
Nee, Beech ist ein Holz, ein Baum. Ja, du hast Schlenkerle, das Schlenkerle hat diesen Rauchgeschmack. Ja? Birke, Birke ist was das Buche, genau, Buche. Schlenke und Spezial, die rauchen mit Buche. Und dadurch hast du diesen natürlich ganz typischen, ja, wie sagt man das, im Deutschen den
Schinkengeschmack.
Schinkenartigen Geschmack. Wobei das natürlich auch das Interessante ist, was für ein Schinken ist das aber. Oder die Norddeutschen werden immer sagen, das ist gerauchter Fisch. Und dieses Jahr ist es von einem Bauernhof, die das mit Birke geraucht haben. Das Jahr zuvor ist es mit einem Elder, heißt glaube ich auf Deutschen, geraucht gewesen. Und jeder denkt immer, dass Rauch so eine Note ist, die immer gleich ist, aber es sind sehr viele Geschmackstiefen und Varietäten möglich. Kirschholz ist auch sehr interessant, sehr fruchtig. Das heißt, ja, das ist so ein bisschen echt klassisches gottländisches Bauernbier.
Ich habe schon mal einen Schluck genommen, auf jeden Fall. Also,
wie würdest du das beschreiben?
Ja, es riecht leicht so, also für mich riecht es gar nicht so sehr rauchig im ersten Moment. Es riecht eher so ein bisschen malzig, süßlich, bisschen nach Rosinen vielleicht. Vielleicht auch so ein bisschen nach so einem Waldspaziergang im Herbst, nach Laub. Und dann kommt so eine ganz leichte, rauchige oder leicht so Schinken, aber so ganz dezent, so finde ich.
Ja, aber jetzt Schinken, ich habe da keinen Schinken, aber ich weiß, was du meinst. Die Rauchigkeit in dem Bier variiert auch von Jahr zu Jahr. Das ist ja auch das Schöne, um mit so kleinen Produzenten zu arbeiten, die dann ganz unterschiedliche Rauchintensitäten haben. Aber das Schöne, was ich im Birkenholz sehr interessant finde, ist, es ist nicht dieser Schinken, sondern es ist mehr so eine fast schon Kräuterigkeit, würde man wahrscheinlich im Deutschen sagen. Das ist so eine sehr bestimmte, aber doch unbestimmt Aroma-Richtung. Sehr holzig, ja. Na, das Interessante ist, dass in der traditionellen skandinavischen Braukultur hast du natürlich auch sehr ganz andere unterschiedliche Techniken, weil die natürlich auch keine, sagen wir mal, modernen 21. Jahrhundert Brausysteme haben. Wir haben ein sehr englisches. Kraftbrauereien haben meistens eigentlich ein sehr 21. Jahrhundert Lagersystem. Und die Schweden oder die kleinen Brauereien, die arbeiten dann mit Regentonnen. Und die haben natürlich ganz andere Prozesse, weil die auch ganz andere Gerätschaften haben. Das eine der traditionellen Techniken ist, dass du Wacholderzweige sammelst und um deine Gerätschaften zu säubern, machst du eigentlich einen Sud mit heißem Wasser und den Wacholderzweigen und du benutzt das heiße Wasser zum Desinfizieren deiner Gerätschaften. Du gebrauchst das Wacholderwasser dann aber auch eigentlich so als Grundwasser für deinen Brauprozess. Das heißt, du hast immer so eine holzige Note im Bier drin, einfach dadurch, dass sie den Wacholder benutzen. Aber dann gibt es eine ganz schöne Technik, wo sie die Wacholderzweige einsammeln, übereinander legen, so einen Mesh, so ein gekreuztes System. Und die filtern das Jungbier durch diese Wacholderzweige. Und dadurch kriegst du so eine ganz schöne, so eine leicht holzig-zitronige Note in das Bier. Und
es hat vielleicht auch so leichte Kirschnoten. So dunkle Kirsche. Also es ist ganz spannend, also auf jeden Fall.
Ja, was ich persönlich im Bier mag, ist, wenn du den Geschmack, wenn du das nicht direkt mit Wort drauf plakatieren kannst. Das Bier, für mich heißt es nicht per se, aber das dass du das Bier wiederholt trinken kannst, dass es noch interessant bleibt, weil mit der Temperatur verändert sich der Geschmack, die Tiefe, du kannst auf andere Elemente des Geschmacks fokussieren. Und im Endeffekt, ich trinke auch eigentlich selten Bier, um Erdbeeren zu schmecken. Wenn ich Erdbeeren schmecken will, dann würde ich wahrscheinlich was anderes probieren. Für uns persönlich denke ich, dass Brauen eigentlich sehr auf der Idee der Vergärung basiert. Das heißt, Geschmäcker, Gerüche durch die Gärung zu produzieren. Nicht so sehr die Zugabe von Früchten oder von Geschmäckern, die sich dann vielleicht eher cocktailmäßig durchziehen. Nicht so sehr der Infusion.
Das ist schon spannend, also wie ihr auch quasi einen generell ziemlich anderen Ansatz habt, wie man überhaupt mit Aromen arbeitet, weil natürlich jeder heute, der sagt mir auch, ein IPA ist leicht zu brauen, du schmeißt einfach Hopfen rein und mehr und mehr und mehr und dann wird es schon irgendwie verrückt und gut schmecken, aber ich meine, ihr arbeitet ja mit ganz anderen Techniken auch oder halt diese ganzen verschiedenen Malze oder diese Räuchertechniken. Ich finde das sehr, sehr spannend auf alle Fälle, weil der Ansatz quasi historisch ist. Also
ja, ich finde das auch sehr interessant. Auch, und das Schöne ist ja, dass sich das ja auch wieder auf das IPA zum Beispiel übertragen lässt. Wir haben immer ein bisschen das Problem, dass viele Leute dann das natürlich sehen und dann per se die historische Lens auf alles draufpacken möchten. Und wir brauchen mit Sicherheit keine traditionellen Biere. Wenn du in eine traditionelle Braukultur reingehen willst, mal die schwedische, und dem würdest du das geben, dann würden die das sicher erkennen als Teil der Linie ihrer eigenen Braukultur. Aber sie würden sicher nicht sagen, das erinnert mich jetzt sehr stark an das oder das. Das ist jetzt doch schon sehr eigen. Und das gleiche mit dem Pale Stout und auch mit vielen unserer IPAs. Und das finde ich eigentlich immer, das ist ein bisschen schade, was an der momentanen Craft-Beer-Kultur ist, dass sie, wobei sie so experimentell ist sie eigentlich sehr uninteressiert an der Varietät, die schon draußen ist. Das sind eine meiner 15 besten Bier oder meiner liebsten Biere. Das sind fränkische Kleinbrauereien, wirklich kleine Brauereien. Da musst du echt ins Dorf gehen und da sind unglaublich fantastische Biere mit so viel Subtilität, mit so vieler Hopfentiefe, unglaublich. Und das sind einige der besten Biere der Welt. Und das ist schade, dass du das in der Craft-Kultur, die starken Geschmacks- und Aromatiken sind ein bisschen sehr viel populärer als die Subtilität, die Nuancen im Geschmack.
Ja, aber vielleicht kommt das ja dann nach und nach mit dazu, weißt du, dass es so die Schiene gibt von den Hop-Lovers und dann gibt es die auch sagen, hey,
sicher,
da ist noch was anderes für den Genuss.
Ja, das auch, aber zum Beispiel eines meiner Lieblingsbiere ist auch noch das Blind Pig vom Russian River, das IPA. Das ist so, ich glaube, der Haus-IPA. Und es ist, wow, fantastisch. Fruchtige amerikanische Hopfen, schöne Hefenote drin, fantastische Malznote. Das ist echt, es gibt ja immer tolle Beispiele von allem. Und ich weiß noch, ich glaube 2012 habe ich das erst, 2010 habe ich den heißen Matthias bei euch, beim Bayerischen Bahnhof.
Ja, der Braumeister, Matthias, ja.
Genau, dem habe ich eine E-Mail in 2010 also geschrieben und gesagt, hey Matthias, könntest du uns 3 oder 4 Kisten deiner Größe nach Amsterdam schicken? Und das hat er gemacht. Und ja.
Genau, jetzt kommt gerade von dem Jan hinter der Kamera, dass 2021 ist die Zeit, wo du quasi das nochmal machen musst und die neuen Nachbarn vom Bayerischen Bahnhof ansprechen musst und sagen, hey, schick mal einen Kasten Sündebräu rüber.
Habt ihr eine Brauerei?
Genau, da gibt es dort eine Brauerei, die nennt sich Sündebräu. Und Jan, der bei uns die Technik macht, der arbeitet dort auch nebenbei und ist auch, außerdem ist er der Social Media Manager der Leipziger Craft Beer Szene. Und bei dem letzten Livestream, den wir hatten, wir sind ja mehrere Leute hier, also wir teilen uns immer, jeder darf sich dann mal betrinken am Wochenende. Und letztes
Oder
Wochenende. Oder muss. Je nachdem, wie man es nimmt. Ja. Ich sage, ich darf es machen. Aber letzte Woche war zum Beispiel auch ein Sündebräu-Bier mit im Tasting. Und dann ist unser Jan mit einer riesengroßen Flagge dann hier hinten lang gelaufen und baut dann immer Special Features ein und so, genau. Also normalerweise müsste auch
jetzt haben wir auch die Minute Sündebräu-Werbung gemacht.
Ich wollte
das
gerade
reicht
sagen,
jetzt, glaube ich.
normalerweise kommt ja noch ein offizieller Sündebräu-Werbeblock, aber...
Ich glaube, aber das beste Bier Leipzig ist ja immer noch Kastenbier. Haha.
Ach so, ja, zeig mal die Flasche, zeig mal rüber. Wir müssen die mal in die Kamera halten.
Nein.
Ich bin nur ein, zwei Mal in Leipzig gewesen. Boah, frag mich nicht, lange Zeit. Aber ich war immer sehr interessiert. Große Schenken, habt ihr da noch welche?
2, den Bahnhof und die großen Schenke.
Ist das die ohne Bedenken? Ah, und die haben auch ihren eigenen Große wieder, nicht so ein paar Jahre.
Ja.
Ah, okay. Und dann gibt es noch in Chemnitz und in Jena jeweils Große?
Also Chemnitz macht der Stonewood-Micha.
Ja, der macht seine Gose, ja.
Der macht auch manchmal Gose und auch so Barrique-Gose und sowas. Aber ansonsten ist das... Oder Rittergutsgose, ja stimmt. Das ist,
Ritterguts, genau.
Die ist noch ziemlich bekannt, ja, von Thilo, die Rittergutsgose, die ist ja bei Chemnitz, genau.
Naja, Jan, das ist das Gleiche wie mit Todd. Ihr müsst einfach mal, sobald es erlaubt ist, hier eine Klassenfahrt machen. Und
ja, ich glaube, mein erster Trip wird mal wieder nach Franken gehen. Ich bin eigentlich normal 3-4 Jahre im Jahr. Das ist für mich so die zweite Heimat.
Wo ist?
Auf jeden Fall meine deutsche Heimat, obwohl ich da nicht komme. Ich komme aus dem Norden.
Wo ist da dein Anlaufpunkt in Franken? Oder ist es ein Geheimtipp?
Ja, doch, jede Menge eigentlich, aber der Stefan von Mönzenbach, natürlich ist vielleicht auch eines der bekannteren. Da bin ich sehr gern bei Mönzenbach. Das ist das Mönzenbacher Lagerbier. Dann habe ich beim Schlenkel und Spezial, da kann ich Tage verbringen. Da fängt man um 10 Uhr an morgens, oder 9:30 Uhr. Das Tolle ist ja, um 9 Uhr macht das Fässler auf, um 9:30 Uhr geht das Spezial offen und um 10 Uhr ist das Schlenkel offen. Das ist so ein bisschen wie in Düsseldorf, wo dann um 9:30 Uhr der Schuhmacher aufgeht und um 10 Uhr das Übrige. Weißt du, da kannst du dann erstmal um 9:30 Uhr Frühstück beim Schuhmacher und dann gehst du zum Übrigen. Ja, aber in Bamberg sicher, Schlenkerle Spezial sehr gerne. Aber auch sehr viele Gradl, das ist wahrscheinlich das beste Dunkel, das ich kenne. Sehr, sehr östlich, in der fränkischen Schweiz. Hardlab ist im nördlichen Franken. Wunderschönes, sehr mineralisches Kellerbier. Mein Lieblingsdorf in Franken, das ist Hallendorf. Da hast du da hast du den Gensteller oben im Dorf, der ist im nächsten Dorf dann. Ein Roppelt, fantastisch. Ich meine, richtig trockenes, hopfiges, sehr schönes, bitteres Kellerbier.
Das gibt's,
ja. Im nächsten Dorf hast du den Witzgall.
Roppelt, schreib mal auf hier, schreib mal mit.
Roppelt, Liebert, hast du im gleichen Dorf auch noch. Liebert ist auch fantastisch, das ist mehr so richtig tschechisches, oder die Richtung mit tschechisches. Aber auch ein Kellerbier. Das kannst du aber nicht in der Flasche trinken, das Roppelt, da musst du echt hingehen. Die Flaschen, das Tolle ist ja, der Roppelt und der Gänse zum Beispiel haben ein Kühlschiff. Und der Liebert. Und beim Liebert, da kannst du die Flaschen nach 6 Wochen nicht mehr trinken. Aber das war ein fantastisches Bier. In Franken hast du da echt im Witzgal, im nächsten Dorf, das ist wahrscheinlich mein Lieblingsbier. Da hast du so eine Menge von den fantastischen kleinen Brauern, echt alle komplett eigene Biere. Ja. Aber Leipzig gerne.
Leipzig liegt auf dem Weg nach Franken, auf alle Fälle.
Ja, so entweder vorher oder nachher.
Genau.
Genau, da packst du die zweimal ein, Paul und Todd, und dann macht ihr mal eine Rundreise. Wahrscheinlich waren sie noch nie im Osten Deutschlands. Ich bin noch so selten in Deutschland. Kann man das noch so unterscheiden, Osten und Westen? Oder ist das nicht eins?
Manche tun's.
Ja. Hey, ich wollte noch ein bisschen Werbung machen, weil ihr habt auch noch so das... warte eben.
Ein bisschen Werbung und vielleicht noch ein dreisätziges Summary.
Das Arbusbex, das habt ihr auch noch stehen.
Ja, das haben wir auch noch da, genau.
Und, genau, ich weiß nicht, was ihr damit macht oder was ihr mit vorhabt, aber hey, jeder, der jetzt zuschaut, ich würde mal sagen, probiert es mal. Sehr schönes englisches Burton Ale, was ihr heute kaum noch findet. Ja, wahrscheinlich eins meiner Lieblingsbiere, die wir in den letzten Jahren gemacht haben. Ja. Habt ihr noch irgendwelche Fragen?
Ja, wir würden sagen, vielleicht.
Ich weiß nicht, ob du noch mal 3 Sätze auf Englisch kurz zu dem letzten Bier nur zusammenfassen könntest.
Gerade mit dem Wacholder und den Sachen und deine fränkischen Sachen kann ich übersetzen und dann können wir zu Paul gehen.
Und dann kannst du einfach kurz erklären, wer Paul ist und ob das...
Maybe in the English part I will talk about my favorite Czech breweries.
Oh!
Instead of Franconia.
Okay!
No, so the Lipreader, we are brewing that beer once a year. It's very close to our heart. It's also one of my favorite beers. It's the beer that I can drink by the pint. It's in Scandinavia, and this specifically in Sweden, you have a brewing culture which, it's a non-commercial brewing culture. It's farmers having learned brewing via their parents or grandparents. Beer is brewed usually for occasions, not really like regularly per se, and it's something that's that has a tradition, has a history, and it's rooting in the local ingredients. Lots of brewers are making their own malts, or growing their own hops, or possibly nowadays they buy some of them. The nice thing is it really doesn't matter there. It's a very fluid culture. But so this beer is, it's the idea of kind of approaching something like a Swedish country beer. We are using every year a different malt from a different farm on Gotland, Swedish island. And we're asking the farm to produce a malt for us with their own grain. And in Scandinavia and in Baltics, a lot of farmers smoke dry kiln their malts. So they use the local wood varieties. In this case, this year it was birchwood. Last year it was alderwood. And they smoke the malt to dry it. And smoked beers obviously are well known for the German examples, maybe the only proper examples surviving, the Schlenkel and the Spezial. But they're using beechwood. So in this case, it's birchwood. But this is kind of very classic, modern. It's not trying to be a recreation, but it's very clearly in the lineage of this beers. Country beer, brewed with juniper twigs. The juniper twigs are used to infuse the water, and they're also used to filter the mash. And it diffuses, and you get certain kind of slight woody, citrusy flavors from the juniper twigs. Felicia, who is also part of the brewery, actually collected them during our short reprieve from coronavirus earlier or last year in Sweden. And we are actually brewing quite a lot in these kind of Scandinavian, Baltic brewing cultures. There's like a lot of interesting techniques, a lot of interesting flavors, like this woody herbal flavors that we like quite a lot. And it's I'm quite fond of this beer. It's fun to brew, it's fun to work with, and rejuvenates me every time. It's what beer can be, like how diverse and flavors it can be, and how subtle, how nuanced it can be as well. I think earlier Stina mentioned like very slight cherry flavors, like touch of citrusy woodiness, caramel maltiness, slight ashy smoke. Yeah, and quite light, 7%. I mean, for the German drinker, this is like a boozer, with their 4.8 and 5.2 exports and 5.5 lager beers. But for a country beer, I guess 7% is pretty appropriate. And Quicks, the Germans, I just gave all my recommendations on Franconian Keller beers, but I'll just maybe Czech brewing is great. Like generally, we really like European brewing culture. There's a lot of history, but there's also a lot of future. As in history only makes sense if you kind of see it in the context of the now. There's no point in like fetishizing it. But there's really a lot of things happening, a lot of great flavors and techniques in Europe. And while in Germany you have maybe Mini Kempka, what's his name, first name? Jan Kempka auch. Der Jan Kempka, der macht ein ganz schönes Münster Alt, like a Münster Alt beer. I can't really vouch for its authenticity, but it's probably like, I think it's a modern classic. It's really fantastic, slightly acidic, wine-like beer. But you also have, you really have like really great, diverse brewing culture tradition, like the Franconian Keller beers, the Oberpfalz, the Zeugels, some of the Austrian Märzens. But then, okay, let's get quick to some of my favorite Czech lagers.
Yes, please.
Every year I'm organizing a Keller Beer Festival and a Czech Lager Festival in Germany. And last time I was in Prague in March, I found this new brewery I hadn't heard about, Malevich. Absolutely beautiful 12 Plato Czech lager, like such a deep maltiness.
How is it called?
You never find in Germany. And then this bitter hoppiness. It's really beautiful. And
how is it called?
What Czech brewing's Malevich.
Malevich or Malešov?
Yeah. Malevich.
Malevich.
You have, obviously in Prague, you have Ufleku, which is like a classic. It's a horrific place, but the beer is like outstanding. It's like a dark lager, 30 Plato. And it's really great, sweet, dry, bitter, like it all comes together and it's beautiful. You have beautiful Ufleku, just meant Hostemice. It's a really killer 12 Plato and 10 Plato. The nice thing about Czech beers is they also brew great 4% beers, which is something which Germany doesn't do so well. You have Schönrammer, maybe do like the chunk beer. But so anyway, just look at some of the Germans and the Czech beers.
We could talk about these things for hours and hours and hours, because I guess we have to meet again and talk about the Czech lagers, and I can recommend something else and you can recommend me. This is
you can recommend me.
something to me, I mean.
I think it's enjoyable.
No, but Jan has to know, like Lucas used to live in Czech Republic for 8 years, 10 years.
Something like this.
And so he's quite familiar to the one or the other brewery. And he's in our team, he's our Czech beer expert. And he's importing also beers.
And when you are talking about these Czech beers and the differences between these lagers and people in Germany partly cannot understand that there's such a big difference between a lager like this and a lager like this. But I completely agree.
But
I guess we are already thirsty for the next beer.
I guess I have from now on.
You want me to introduce Paul, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can do that.
And afterwards, Lucas will be gone talking to Jan on a private chat about Czech lagers all the time, and I'm maybe
We will
alone.
do this when you come to Leipzig after Franconian trip.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
let's say hello
I
to
can
Paul.
introduce Paul and Walhalla. I will start with Walhalla, right? I remember talking to Art, who started Walhalla, and I don't know, maybe 3 years ago. He had a brewery before called The Friendship, small brewery, which they brewed quite a lot of, but maybe more classic beers. And Walhalla, which he started afterwards alone, and I think Paul joined very early on. I think they really set out to brew maybe more American focused, hoppy, dark, also some experimental, but really like try to kind of, provide something which everybody knew. It exists somewhere in craft beer, but nobody really knew it where it was. So when I think about Walhalla, I think maybe also, especially in the last years, they have really kind of carved their niche on the New England IPA, which they have been I think they're on the 9th or 10th now. Maybe also a bit more like West Coast, like generally the hop forward, quite bitter, especially for New England IPAs, I would say. But these kind of bright, fruity, hoppy American beers. I think that's a bit been their thing. And then every winter they're bringing out a few dark, roasty. I think they had a peat smoke beer as well. But quite a young brewery, 3 years. Quite a bright, beautiful brewing installation, as you see.
5 years.
5 years.
5 years. Okay, but I think all the details, Paul can bring in.
Yeah.
So,
and let's bring in Paul. Let's bring in Walhalla beer.
So for this moment,
what are we drinking?
For this moment, Jan, thank you very much.
Thank you
for explaining all these beers. It was very interesting. Something completely different compared to what we had before and we will have after. So very nice.
Well, I'll see you later.
Of course.
Vielen Dank und
beste Grüße nach Deutschland.
Genau.
Don't sail away too far. All right. Are we ready?
Are we ready? Are we ready for Walhalla? Are we ready for Paul? Are we ready? Ready. Sind wir bereit für das nächste Bier auch? Nein.
Ihr müsst mal sagen,
I hope so. Last but not least.
Okay. Paul, hello Paul. Before we introduce you, before we talk to you, we need to get a next beer. And actually, for everybody, please take the Zeus and the Walhalla barley wine now out of the fridge. That's what I would suggest. That's what Paul recommended. Also als nächstes Bier trinken wir das Zeus Double IPA, aber den Barley Wine könnt ihr schon mal mit aus dem Kühlschrank rausstellen, weil der einfach ein bisschen wärmer sein soll, wenn man ihn trinkt. Genau, das hat sich Paul gewünscht, oder das ist seine Empfehlung, dass wir das Bier eben nicht zu kühl trinken. Genau. Vielleicht für den einen oder anderen, der genau weiß, dass er gerne sehr, 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 sehr kalte Barleyweine trinkt, der kann ja für sich selber entscheiden, aber generell kann es ein bisschen wärmer sein.
Now. Zeus.
Genau. Who is Zeus? Who was Zeus?
Who is Paul?
Who is Paul?
Who is Paul? Well, I mean, I can't compare myself to Zeus. That would be a bit too much credit, I think.
Okay.
The question is, do you belong to the gods or to the demons?
Demigod, maybe. I'm still not quite sure. I hope there's some divine intervention in there somewhere in my conception. But yeah, very nice to be here, guys.
Welcome.
Very nice to see my other friends present their breweries, which has been, I think, already a demonstration of the diversity in the brewing scene that you can find in one city. And now it's our turn, Walhalla. We are indeed 5 years old. But Jan was sort of right that we started out contract brewing a number of beers somewhere else while we were based in Amsterdam. And then about 3 years ago, we opened our own brewery and tap room in the city and also started producing our own beer ourselves. I think that's quite an important distinction to make because strictly speaking, if you looked at Amsterdam, you could say, or some people say, there are over 30 breweries in the city, but there are actually fewer that have their own brewing installations and make their own beer. And the ones that are featured tonight are all part of the latter. And yeah, I have great respect for that because running a brewery does not come without its challenges, and it's just a very different way of running a business than it is to have your beer brewed elsewhere and then basically selling a beer brand, essentially. I don't think Germany has quite a sort of similar dynamic in the brew scene. As far as I know, most German breweries I've come across always produce their own beer themselves. And I think that's, to me, it seems a bit like a more Dutch phenomenon and something that you definitely see in the Amsterdam beer scene as well. Yeah, Walhalla, it's the place where we all end up in the end, so it's quite suitable that I'm at the end of the tasting, I guess.
That's why, exactly.
So for those of you who are not too familiar with the kind of Norse mythology, Walhalla literally means the Hall of the Fallen. And this is kind of, you could say, the premium version of heaven, where one ends up when they die gloriously in battle. Then you are taken up to Odin's drinking hall, where the ceiling is made of shields, and he gathers all his warriors who feast and drink until the Norse end times, which is called Ragnarok, at which point they will come out and fight for basically the end of the universe. Our Walhalla is a bit more humble than that. We focus on the drinking part, and we claim that we brew the beers of the gods. So all our beers are named after different gods from different mythologies, not just the Norse mythology. And we try to imagine with each beer how that would be the favorite beer of the god depicted on the label and in the name. So in this case, we are having a double IPA named Zeus. He is the father of the Olympians. He's the first one, and therefore it could only be a powerful beer named after such a powerful, almighty god. In terms of the label art, we always try to keep it a little bit playful, a little imaginative, modern, eye-catching. So we thought we would like Zeus to be, kind of this old bodybuilder. He's maybe past his prime, but he still has that kind of bronze look of a weathered beach boy. He has that seductive look in his eye. And as you can see, his leg has kind of broken off, so he's kind of part alive, part statue already. And the lightning, we obviously had to feature the lightning. The double IPA, it's a style that kind of evolved from the West Coast IPA, which we could claim was the engine behind the American craft beer revolution. Basically, the idea of a double IPA is that everything is amplified. So you have a much heavier malt bill, you have a more intense dry hop, a higher ABV, and just an altogether more powerful beer. However, we always believe that even if a beer is quite strong, it should remain drinkable. It should keep some kind of balance, and I think in this beer we managed that quite well. So 8%, like Jan said, I think by German standards is really quite a powerful beer. It's not really something you would choose when you go früh shoppen.
It depends.
It depends.
Es
Okay.
kommt ganz darauf an.
You'll have to tell me about that. But really what we want to showcase in a beer like this primarily is the hops. In this beer we chose 3 hops. One that we added at the end of the boiling process. This is the hop called Zeus. It's also known as Columbus, Tomahawk. It's a quite a vegetal, kind of piney, slightly dank hop. And then in the dry hopping process, so where the beer is already in fermentation, we added Citra, which is a very prominent hop these days in the American beer scene. And we also added Simcoe. Both of them relatively new varieties. The Citra, I mean, the name already says it, is known for giving quite a pungent citrusy aroma. Some people say perhaps a bit of mango. Simcoe, I would say, is a bit more on the side of, it's quite fruity, but it's also distinctly piney. Mm-hmm. So some people say it's a bit like the wax that a pine tree can give off. Mm-hmm. Some people say it's a bit like hash. Maybe that's more of an Amsterdam reference.
Exactly.
But yeah, when you smell it,
but talk to Jan again and ask him about Becks. I mean, he's from Bremen. And ask him about how, or like tell him to organize a Becks beer and open this and smell it.
Are we really recommending right now a Becks?
No, but if you want to have it like,
I know what you're talking about.
Hump or Hush or okay, that's just a quick like sorry Paul.
Well, sure, no, it's not at all unreasonable to say that some IPAs can really smell like weed or hash, because the hop flower or the hop plant is actually a cousin of of the hemp plant, so they do definitely share some properties.
Yeah. This was what Stine was trying to say with that.
Yeah, and when you in Germany you say like when you open a bottle of Becks of like the one of the well-known beers,
yes,
it really smells like that. You can really smell it like when you open it. Yeah. But whatever. Should we do like a short wrap up in German for what Paul said, or should we do it later?
Maybe, please.
Please, yeah. Because maybe just, otherwise it's maybe too much or too bundled. And I think so far it was very interesting what you were saying, and now I have to switch back to German. Walhalla braut ja Biere in Amsterdam Nord. Wir waren auch schon mal da. Also sieht ein bisschen aus wie bei Sündebräu, so eine Halle und...
Ja, ein bisschen gemütlicher.
Die Leute sind ein bisschen netter, es ist ein bisschen gemütlicher. Das Bier schmeckt auch leicht besser, aber gut. Ne? Man muss ja auch erstmal weit fahren. Nee, aber Paul hat ja auch gesagt, wir kommen alle irgendwann in die Hölle oder wir kommen alle nach Walhalla und genau, und das Walhalla von Walhalla in Amsterdam ist eigentlich nur über Bier, also dort wird Bier getrunken. Hast du es auch so verstanden? Und die Gottheiten oder die Namen der Gottheiten sind verschiedene, also nicht nur nordische, sondern ganz verschiedene. Und es gibt auch Dämonen, also auch bei uns, wir haben auch einige Dämonen schon da, Moloch und Fenrir zum Beispiel. Und Zeus hat hier einen schönen Körper, und einen Blitz. Und hinten ist das Bein abgebrochen und ein Pokal. Und ansonsten, hast du noch was verstanden?
Ja.
Nein, ich meine, kannst du es auf Deutsch sagen?
Nein, warum ist das Bein abgebrochen? Weil das Zeus ist natürlich halb Gottheit, halb Statue. Das ist ein bisschen, ja, man spielt damit.
Okay.
Double IPA,
Genau.
8%. Hopfen, was war's?
Also Columbus oder Zeus, also wir sagen ja Zeus und oder er hat gesagt Columbus oder man nennt ihn auch Tomahawk. Citra war drin. Der Hops hat Citra, Columbus and
Simcoe.
Simcoe.
So hörst du zu.
Also a little fun fact is that one of those smells that you were describing, right? The kind of dank wheat-like smell.
Mm-hmm.
This is also especially Americans, they will sometimes call this cat piss.
Mm-hmm.
And the founder, Art, he has a cat and his name is Zeus.
Oh, okay.
And I definitely know that Zeus has had a few incidents in the house, so maybe that's where he recognizes the Simcoe aroma from.
Okay. So now I'm very glad that I don't know how to translate cat piss into German, so I guess we leave it like this. It's really nice.
This, by the way, behind me is the actual brew house and a few of our fermentation tanks. So if I move to the side, it's an English brew house. It's actually involves quite a bit of manual labor. So every brew day, our brewer is standing in this vessel right here, the one in the middle. That's our mash tun. The one here with the pipes on top, that's our boil kettle. And this huge jacuzzi over here, that's our hot water tank.
Do you also sometimes use it as a jacuzzi?
Yeah, just
I mean, if you, when you meet with Jan and Todd, come on. And Art is not around.
We sit in there and we just soak a little, and then when we use that water for a brew, we call it a collaboration.
This is how the salty goza is made. All right. Too much information right now. Okay, very nice.
Ja, und das ist ein India Pale Ale, aber das haben wir schon gesagt, ne? Also es ist ein obergäriges, stark gehopftes Bier. Und durch diese Hopfen, die wir aufgezählt haben, Simcoe, Citra, Columbus, kommen harzige Noten, tropisch-fruchtige Noten ins Bier. 8% Alkohol. Paul sagte, man sollte es nicht schon zum Frühschoppen trinken. Aber darüber kann man streiten.
Moment, das war so nicht gemeint. Es hieß, die Deutschen trinken es nicht zum Frühschoppen.
Ach so.
Aber...
Vielleicht kennt er nicht die richtigen Deutschen.
Yes.
Yeah, I have to admit, I've never been to Leipzig, so, you know.
Yeah, we were talking about this with Jan and Todd already. You have to organize some group, some bus, take a bus and come with your families and come here, and we do some drinking collaboration.
But we have no jacuzzi yet. But if you tell us well in advance when you're gonna be here, and we can organize everything.
Bring Art and Ilse as well.
Actually, I first met Ilse. I mean, I cannot pronounce it probably like you pronounce. How you pronounce her name?
Yeah, you pronounce it excellent, Ilse.
Yeah, and actually, I met her when she was working at
Arendsnest.
Arendsnest.
Yep. Yeah, so Ilse is our bar manager.
Yeah.
She's really, so she not only manages the bar, but you will find her most of the days when our tap room is open. She's also behind the bar. It's kind of a one-woman show. Her internal nickname in our company, by the way, is Ilse Pils. And yeah, she's, she actually also has a beer diploma, so she can really find the right beer for you when you come to our tap room. We have 13 beers on draft and another large number on cans and bottles. Right now she's actually managing our web store primarily. But yeah, she's really, really looking forward, as we all are, to reopening the bar and fulfilling that social function again of actually giving people a place to have a good beer.
It's really, we have been there in your pub in 2019, and of course when you have someone like Ilse there, even if you don't know about the beer, she can recommend you exactly what you need, and you're in good hands, of course, when you come to your place. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think that's really important, and really something that you can't assume when you come to any place that sells good beer, that the people selling it, have knowledge of what they're selling. And when that is the case, it's always such a joy. I actually enjoy that process myself too, where you go to a bar and you don't really want to choose, you just want to be recommended something and be surprised. That's always such a nice experience, I think.
Of course. No, very nice place. Also to our audience, we can just recommend to go
Amsterdam
to Walhalla.
Nord.
You can go there for Frühshoppen and then...
if they are open. Maybe you have to...
If we are open?
If you are open, but you don't open it like for Frühshoppen, you're not open at 9:30 or something.
Yeah, no, normally we don't. But
how you say in Amsterdam the breakfast beer?
The breakfast beer. I think we call that. I think my colleagues need to chime in on that. Especially Todd might have more experience. But I think he's in a game of cards.
Well, we can ask him later. We can ask him after the barley wine.
Yes.
And then it's maybe even more fun, to hear his story or his word for Dutch breakfast beer, or his description about it.
Maybe Amber can help.
Ask Amber. We have there's a girl working in a craft beer shop here in Leipzig. She's from I think she's close from. Okay, now I'm trying hard to say it right.
Keep the privacy of the people, please.
No, I say close to the place where the Molen is from.
Bodegraven.
Yeah.
Well, near there.
Yeah. And we tried.
And do you know the story when we went to the main station and said we would like to have a ticket for 2 people to Bodegraven? The girl said, "What? Where? Bodegraven? No one is going there. What is there?"
Yeah.
And we said, "The Molen."
She was laughing her head off like tourists. She's like, "You obviously tourists. And you want to go there? What do you want there? Nobody's going there. What in the world? Are you sure you want to go there?" Yeah.
There's nothing going on in Bodegraven.
There's the Molen. We want to see it.
it's really crazy. I mean, they have the annual Borefts Beer Festival, and there the whole town, people come from everywhere, even from the United States, to attend that beer festival. So this tiny Dutch village in the Dutch Bible Belt is just overflowing with people only looking to drink barrel-aged stouts and triple dry hopped, triple fruited gozes, and it's just this crazy scene. It becomes this really weird place for just a day, but it's always it's fantastic.
It's very interesting. I thought that the whole Netherlands are the Bible Belt, but you say that.
Amsterdam is not in the Bible Belt.
Yeah, of course. This is the opposite of Walhalla. This is clear. This is Amsterdam is the big hell, the red light district. Damsko, how we say. We young people, we say Damsko.
Damsko, exactly. That's really, I'm amazed you guys found out about that. That's some proper research.
Yeah, we are well prepared.
We take it serious, you know. We take it serious. Wir nehmen unsere Arbeit sehr ernst und deswegen müssen wir jetzt auch weitermachen mit dem nächsten Bier.
Ja.
Und wir brauchen jetzt einen schönen Barley Wine. Aber vielleicht kann uns Paul auch gleich mal erzählen, who the hell is Wuldor?
So, Wuldor is also known as Ilir. He's a god that exists both in Scandinavian mythology, but also in the early English mythologies. He's a hunter. You can see his bow and arrow. He's an excellent archer. And the way we imagine him, it's a bit like a British football hooligan.
Yes.
So he's in a very foul mood. He's ready to start a fight. He has the English cross of George on his forehead. He's a heavy guy.
As all of your beers nearly.
Not necessarily. We also, I would agree that we have some quite strong hop forward beers and also some really heavy stouts and this barley wine, and we also do barrel aging and things like that. But we actually also really appreciate a nice, smooth drinking, balanced beer. So actually, our bestseller, Loki, that's an IPA. That's 5.5%. A very friendly drinking beer. We also brew a lager, Apollo. Now, to bring a lager to Germany, I think would be quite a thing. A bit scary almost, because I know how good German lagers are, as Jan was also saying before. But we are also exploring kind of the area below the 5%, how to still make a really nice, flavorful beer and not compromise on taste, even though you're trying to make a beer that you can drink quite a few of in one sitting.
But thanks God that there are some boring gods like Apollo for these weaker beers.
But there's also Aphrodite. Aphrodite?
That's right, yes.
We have her here as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
we have her in
not
our
for
hearts,
today.
for sure.
Guys, I'm just quickly going to rinse my glass before I pour the Wuldor, because I don't want the the American hops to interfere with the lovely malt.
Okay. Maybe we could use this moment to show a short video about the brewery.
Yeah.
Excellent idea.
Yeah, the video. Yeah, it's a really great.
If our multimedia manager is already ready.
I'm already every time.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
At this night in 2015, I got visited by the gods, and they gave me an assignment, my quest for life, which is to brew their favorite beers. Walhalla is the domain of the gods. It's the place outside of Earth where the gods hang out. So we started brewing first 2 beers, the Osiris Farmhouse Ale and the Shakti Double IPA. And yeah, those are the favorite beers of those gods. And they showed me like how to brew those beers exactly, so that us mortals on Earth can enjoy them finally. I started brewing as a hobby first, and I felt like there was more enthusiasm from people for craft beer because that was kind of a new thing at the moment. And while for jazz people were like, yeah, not so enthusiastic all the time, you know, a really small crowd of people that is into jazz, while a lot of people like beer. So kind of naturally I started playing less and spending more time brewing, and till at some point I said like, okay, this is my new life, brewing. Yeah. Brew a lot of IPAs, a lot of pale ale, a lot of stout. I think we're trying to be a specialist in the IPA style. I'm totally crazy about hops, especially American hops. And yeah, it's a big challenge to get a really nice, clean beer with these expressive tropical aromas from the hops. And I think that's what we do best.
Yeah, the images of us both sniffing and drinking from the same glass really feels like a different time, huh? Yeah. Okay, is my mic, are you hearing me well now? Okay, well, I mean, we may have put kind of a British hooligan of a god on the label, but I actually think the barley wine is a really sophisticated gentleman of a beer. You want to take your time smelling.
Ah, yeah, it smells.
On the nose,
yeah.
It's really, this beer is in some ways the opposite of the Zeus that you just had. I mean, what you smell in the nose, it's so much the malt character.
Okay.
We were very kind of conservative with the use of the hops, and the hops that we use were also British varieties that tend to be much gentler in nature than the American ones. Yeah, it's a really nice kind of brown ruby beer.
So where's my ice cream? Actually, I ordered ice cream for tonight.
But it's true, the ice cream later.
But it would go well with the barley wine.
That's true, that's true. But really,
It probably would. Also, I think a really nice old cheese is always a really good pairing with a barley wine. For me, this is just the perfect beer to drink small sips, savor it. I think it's a very nice digestive beer, so one that you can have after dinner when maybe you're feeling a bit full. You might not feel like a very fizzy beer style like a lager or a Belgian beer. But this barley wine, the carbonation is very moderate. It's, you know, it has a certain sweetness to it that's very pleasant. We used a few special malts from Thomas Fawcett, which is a very classic maltster that makes special ale malts. Kind of the same like Bayermann in Germany. They
In
also
Bamberg.
make exactly in
Favorite
Bamberg.
city of Jan.
Right. I mean, yeah, as soon as we start talking about Bayermann, I'm sure Jan can have a 2-hour lecture on that. But
2 hours just?
as maybe that's for a separate beer tasting.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Wuldor, it's just the reason why I told you before this stream to take it out of the fridge, maybe an hour before drinking it or half an hour, is that the complexity of the malt is just much more enjoyable when the beer is a few degrees warmer. So I would definitely say for a barley wine, drink it at maybe 10% or Keller temperature rather than fridge temperature. And then the beer will really come into a much nicer balance.
What was your idea behind this barley wine? Like there's, not many people like who are not interested in craft beer don't know the style at all, but in between the style there are different possibilities how to do a barley wine. What is your idea behind this?
Right, so a barley wine is it's kind of a unique beer because it comes from a brewing culture that celebrates high drinkability and low ABVs, i.e. the British drinking culture. But the barley wine kind of stands out in the sense that it's the strong beer. It's the beer that is in earlier times it was made from the first runnings. So in the brewing process, when you were extracting the sugar from the barley wine would be the result of the earliest extraction when the sugar content was really high. You had a really rich, flavorful wort, and that would be made into what we know today as a barley wine. I mean, Jan can debate with me on this because he's really into the beer styles, but these beers were also known as strong ales or maybe stock ales, old ales. But nevertheless, they were incredibly rich, complex beers that kept basically because they were high in alcohol. And I think the barley wine in modern times has fallen a little bit from grace, if you could say so, to speak in divine terms. But we always thought it was a very interesting beer style to brew and to introduce to people because it's really, people often ask us, what does it have to do with wine when it's called a barley wine? But I always respond, it has the complexity that could match with a nice glass of wine. And not just that, but barley wines have this amazing character that evolves over time. So they're perfect beers for putting away and just savoring how time makes the beer, in my opinion, even better. I mean, I had a Wuldor, the very first batch that we brewed about 5 years ago. And it generally the bitterness slightly recedes over time, but at the same time, you get this Madeira-like, port-like character that comes into the beer. It becomes maybe a bit sweeter, but also more layered, and it's just really, it's really amazing to see how a beer can evolve like that. That's also partially due to the fact, I mean, all the breweries here tonight, they brew unfiltered, unpasteurized beers, so it's really live beer that's inside the can or the bottle, and that means that it will inevitably change with time and with the influence of maybe a bit of oxygen or, well, you name it. So yeah, I think Wuldor, it's not our quickest selling beer, but I really enjoy it in moderation, of course. And I think it shows that malt is often an underappreciated ingredient in beer. I think these days, in these IPA days, we always celebrate the hops, and Belgian beers have always been popular because of their fruity yeast character, but actually drinking a beer with a really nice malt profile is also definitely a huge joy for me, at
What
least.
we already learned from Jan.
Exactly, yeah.
I've prepared something Oh. Sorry, it was not really prepared, but should I hold it like this? Yeah. I mean, because we were talking. Because we were talking about the malt, like so that everybody can see that there's like a huge variety, like from, like here down here, roasted malts and other ones, and it's from Weiermann. It's like a nice board of malts from Weiermann in Bamberg. So.
But this is not including, for example, the maize and nothing from the 6 malts what they used.
No.
But just
like
this,
I mean,
so this is just a small excerpt of what is possible. This is a.
So.
Yeah.
It's a bit like, you know, how when you move into a new house, you get that kind of flyer with all the different colors. That's how we brewers, we take this malt board when we brew a beer and we say, yeah, I want a bit of red, a bit of black, a bit of the pale malt, and yeah, we'll paint our beer that way.
Of course.
Yeah, and some people call it the soul of the beer. See here, they wrote it down.
Yeah. No, it's really, like Jan said, we are a brewery that brews a lot of really hop-forward beers, like using quite new varieties and also doing a lot of the New England style. But I definitely also have this huge appreciation for just beers with a really nice malt complexity. Like I've had quite a few Schlenkerlas lately, and you know, just the way that they can make like a rauch beer but still keep it incredibly drinkable is also so enjoyable for me, just to experience that total difference in taste. And yeah.
And may I ask, you said that of course this Wuldor is not the best-selling beer, but of course we can compare, or we cannot compare because we don't know and you don't know, or maybe you know better than we know the Amsterdam beer scene. But as in the Netherlands you have a much more, I guess, sophisticated beer scene since longer. Is there maybe much more appreciation for these kind of beers than we have in Germany right now, that everyone wants the most sweet and smooth New England IPA, and this is like a, you know, the best seller, but for example, to have a barley wine or have special beer styles or old school styles or what we said, the renewed old recipes. Is there a difference that in Amsterdam or in Netherlands in general, people are more open to this also?
Well, I would like to separate this question a little bit, because on the one hand, I feel you have the Dutch beer drinker, and on the other hand, you have the Dutch brewers, right? And the interesting thing I think about the Netherlands beer scene is that we're at this crossroads of beer cultures. But the Netherlands has never had a very defined dominant beer culture. So I would say, you know, we have Germany on one side, which obviously has this amazing history with lager. We have the Belgians to our south, which I would argue it was the Belgian beers that in the Netherlands kind of kick-started the idea that beer could be so much more than just, you know, macro pills. And then we have the British across the channel, which I would also say is probably the most underappreciated beer culture in the Netherlands. You know, if you would pour a Dutch person a Kaaskill, they wouldn't know what to do with it. But yeah, so I think as far as the Dutch brewers are concerned, they kind of cherry pick from all these different beer cultures around us and take the things that we like the most and sometimes mix them up a bit and come up with something new. So it's quite a free beer scene in that sense. But at the same time, I think these days like we talked about earlier, I think it was during Todd's Poesiat section, Untapped has also become such a big factor, and on Untapped you see that certain beer styles do much better than others. So indeed, the hazy, juicy, sweet IPAs get really high ratings. The same goes for the pastry stouts, like the stouts that kind of taste like a dessert. Whereas any lager, if any lager you brew, will never get more than a 3.5 if you're lucky, if you make something quite extraordinary. So I think in many ways we still have quite a ways to go for the Dutch beer drinker to also appreciate this variety that we actually have. Not to mention that we also get a lot of great beer from abroad because it's easily accessible. But yeah, I think that's where there's a bit of a challenge probably still for all of us, breweries, beer bars. The beer bars for me are kind of the educators at the end of the day to widen people's horizons and flavors.
So we're actually into education.
We are not just doctors, we are also teacher. So, shit.
But this is like a doctor of this lecturer, maybe, whatever. But whatever, I mean, we almost like about to wrap up our tasting. Paul, you're the only real Dutch guy in this setting tonight, or?
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, it's very typical for Amsterdam, right? That we have this. We've always had an influx of different kinds of refugees that have enriched the city's culture, and made the city more colorful as a result. So yeah,
so
that's true.
Should I bring it here? No. So how you pronounce it? This.
Damsko.
Yeah, but the whole.
De Drie vrienden.
Oh, de Drie vrienden uit Damsko.
Okay. Okay. No, so I think now it's time to bring them all in, or like.
Let's do a small conference for the end.
So let's have like a little wrap up with everyone together.
So far, there's not really.
Rich night in, I think.
Everything Paul said was a lie.
I should say I had turned the video off while I was earlier, so I didn't see all the great stuff you are doing and presenting. That's why I ended up having this monologue of 30 minutes.
But it was great. I mean, don't worry, it was great. It was exactly what we requested, you know.
Good.
This is fun. So what you were don't know is that while the other two of us were having like video chats with each other and talking shit. Yeah.
Nah, we were talking about Nietzsche. Gottes Dämmerung.
Everything. Jan helped me decide what kind of lighting I need for my home bar, and Paul and I talked childcare, so it was a good time.
Okay. So
you talked about Schlenkerleis on the chat. What was going on?
Hier,
Just a second.
Wir können vom Ton her nicht alle reinnehmen.
Aber was bedeutet das?
Ihr müsst mit jedem Einzelnen sprechen.
All right. Just information for you. We cannot get anyone like all of you in the same time on the audio channel. So we have to always to talk to one of you. And so the Schlenkerla thing that I guess people share the opinion of Jan that Schlenkerla is one of the best. And
yes, definitely from Gravity Cast. Wenn ihr das vom Anstich habt. Ausgezeichnet. Ich bin kein großer Fan der deutschen Flaschenbiere. Die Filtrierung, da müssen die Deutschen echt noch ein bisschen dran arbeiten, aber vom Anstich, Schlenkerle, fantastisch. Spezial. Jeder spricht über Schlenkerle, aber Spezial, wow, Spezial ist unglaublich.
Ich finde das Helle von Schlenkerla sehr geil. Kurzes Feedback in die Soundregie ist irgendwie total Hall und totales Chaos.
Das geht gerade nicht. Also mit einem.
Okay, so it geht nicht. It doesn't work.
Well, it sounds very good over here.
Yeah.
So,
but maybe because you have no snow.
But we can blame the alcohol for all of this.
I mean, the sound guy was also drinking all the beers with us, so I mean.
Mit wem sprecht ihr eigentlich?
Slur. You have to say that slower, Paul. You have to.
Slur, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, now that we're on Slur, there's a beautiful version of Justin Timberlake. Right near a river, chopped and screwed. It's really good. Please give it a listen. It's really fantastic.
This is terrible that people have to listen to the jokes the three of us make.
It's not a joke. I really love that. You know, I put it on before.
Please put us all on mute and take back control.
What control? We never had the control. Everything is just happening.
Paul speaks for no one but himself. Put Paul on mute.
The mute button in German is called the Schnauze-Knopf.
So, what was I want to know? Because I'm needy. What was everyone's favorite beer tonight? What did people like the most? What were the highlights?
So we have one feedback already.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it, chat. What's going on?
We have one feedback in the chat already that today's selection was the best ever.
Ah.
Okay.
It's just one opinion, but I guess you do your job right over there.
You know what? I mean, that's vague, and that it didn't hurt anybody's feeling, and it's cowardice. And so they need to give, what was your favorite beer?
Yeah.
Like our favorite beer, you mean?
Or like from everyone?
Oh, no, let's hear from you guys. What was your favorite beer tonight?
At what minute? At what minute?
No.
I'm gonna say the Zeus was my favorite. It is a
Which one?
The Zeus. Yeah,
Zeus.
look at that. Yeah,
No,
it's Valhalla's answer to their racial intolerance from India. No, it's a good double IPA. It's a good beer. I'm gonna give Valhalla's Zeus a solid win tonight. Good
Let's
beer.
talk a little bit about you. Like, so how many tabs do you have at Dr. Hobbs?
Oh yeah.
8.
8. And do you have like some system how you keep your tabs actually? Like, well, there's going to be a Pilsner, there's going to be a Hefeweizen, 2 IPAs.
Yeah, it's
or
more about styles. That you have some Franconian, some Leipzig beer, like local, and then you go to the IPAs and some dark and some sour. Like we try to have always the whole range of styles, what is possible in 8 tabs.
Is there like interesting Schwarzbier actually? Is people still doing Schwarzbier in Germany?
Not too much.
No?
If you call it stout, then they are interested more.
And you said do you even get like Czech import in Leipzig?
Someone has to do it, of course.
Yeah, but like what do you get then?
Whatever you want. Like not whatever you want, like just the good stuff for sure.
Just the good stuff, okay.
Jan can sell you some leftover kegs from Pivo Fest.
No, actually, Pivo Fest is always crazy because the first time I did it, it was like horrific. Because, you get like all the Czechs of North Holland here. And we sold, I think, when I say fest, we are always low-key festivals. It's like 3 people working behind bars and no organization, whatever. Like, something which you can organize with just a lot of goodwill and not a lot of knowledge.
It's like Dr. Hobbs.
And, we sold 700 liters in a day, which was like pretty fucking crazy. You need like 1,400 half liters, which is, somebody needs to drink that.
But Pivo Fest was the only beer festival it's one of 2 beer festivals I went to last year.
True. Yeah. No, for me too. I went to Kempkers Festival in Münster, first festival in the year, I think, in February last year. And then we did the Czech Beer Festival.
Well, Todd and I were just talking about how it's exactly a year ago that we went to the barrel-aged beer festival
in
Utrecht.
In Utrecht, yeah.
A year ago. And then we ended the night with Deutsche Angst at the Butcher's Tier.
Such a good beer. Such a good beer.
No, Deutsche Angst, we brewed it with
German
Scansteller
Angst.
last year, which was actually quite nice. I mean, Steinbier, which adding heated stones, heiße Steine, to the mash. You get a beautiful caramelization from it. And it's always fun to brew at this place because you got this massive cool ship. Here's a proper brewery to do decoctions, you know. It's and he's directly next to Ruppelt and Witzgal and Liebert, so you know you get some good beers.
Oh, that was amazing. You should make it again.
So for you guys in Germany there, like what made you guys start selling beer? Like why do this?
I can say it in one sentence. We like beer.
Was there something that was like, hey, we really want to get in this because of this beer or this culture or this anything, or, you know?
Actually, I mean, I went to the Netherlands, I went to Belgium, to Poland, like even Poland or Czech Republic or some other countries. Actually, I for myself, I experienced it from traveling, where I discovered, wow, there's a variety, and also the people behind, they are super like creative and they're really behind it. And I found that amazing. And so I thought, okay, Leipzig actually has a great bar and pub scene, but there's no bar where I actually want to go because of the beer. I go there because my friends go there and I can drink a wine or maybe, an Augustiner, but it's not that I go there to try like different kinds of beer, and there's also no one who can actually tell me what I'm drinking or can say, yeah, this is like this style and it tastes a bit smoky, but you know, you drink it at 10 degrees and then it's going to be all good, and drink it slow. And I was like, yeah, but actually it would be interesting to have some kind of place like that. And then I discovered if I want to have a place like that, then I need to do it on my own. And then we were like a group of friends who actually like thought about it, and then we started to search for a place. And then we ended up, for a couple of reasons we will tell you when you come visit Leipzig, because we cannot tell everything right now. We ended up at that place where we are right now, and we created Dr. Hobbs. So it was kind of like, in German you say Schnapsidee.
It was a beer.
It was a...
for you, like
liquid inspiration.
Yeah. Not really. I mean, it took like a couple of months, even a year, and to develop the idea, to really like, and then and then we just did it. And I mean, also like in Germany, it's not that. It's very young, like all the creative beer scene is like maybe since 2012, and it's still super young and super not really here. Like Berlin is crazy. Like in Berlin you have everything and everything is possible.
It's so cool, yeah.
And but like East Germany, it's not that easy, but there's still, you know, like you find people who really appreciate it. That we are here, that like Lucas, he's spending his free time hours and hours, like going to Czech Republic, talking to breweries there, and bringing beers to us. So he's importing beers for us from Czech Republic. We also, and I mean, that's also a good thing for you guys to know. From our place, from Dr. Hobbs, Leipzig, it's only 2 hours and 15 minutes to Prague.
Which I appreciate.
By car.
I'm not sure.
I'm not talking about bike minutes.
Hold on. I've been to Prague
yeah?
many of times. Yes,
really?
it's great. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
New Year's in Prague, it's great. It's a good time. Yeah, man.
If you can remember the New Year's
well, what I
in
like-
Prague, they have not been
shout
good.
out to Leipzig. I think you're fine with that, right? I mean, I don't think you're a competition. Like, I've never been there, but
No, Jan is done.
Leipzig,
Everybody-
friends
alles im Weg,
of
alles im Weg.
Lazy Dog.
Yeah, Lazy
Yeah.
Dog. The sound was off for a short
But
time,
Lazy Dog, we got Lazy Dog, yeah.
Exactly, like you have Lazy Dog, and I think they're reopening soon.
Yeah.
I think in April
Yeah.
or so. And they are the real purveyor of alternative culture and beer, from what I understand.
Yeah.
Which is something I can stand strongly behind. And we're very strong fans of that, or contributors to that culture. So I always like to send over some beer, because we have been sending beers to Lazy Dog for years. And maybe we can send some beers to you and the Lazy Dog in the future. That would be great.
Yeah, actually, we tried to like order something together, but because they're closed now, they cannot really make use of the beers. But actually, that reminds me that I have to tell them that we have some great beers here now, and that they come to get them for their own good.
Enjoyment, yeah. No, and maybe as a general remark to people, it's well, if you have not noticed, I enjoy talking about beer culture because it's so rich. There's so much there, and I think there should be far more written about German beer culture. It's really a shame how little there is also about Czech, but also I think there's actually. I will send it to you, and I would ask you to forward it. There's a really fantastic magazine from Münster. It's called Gourmet Magazine or something like that, which has 2 issues on beer, and it's basically like writers, artists, intellectuals, brewers writing on beer. One is on beer brewing, and the other one is on beer making, beer brewing and beer drinking. And there's a text by a Belgian writer living in Freiburg on beer. And it's the most stunning introduction to beer that you can find. It's really beautiful. And yeah, we need more beer talk, beer culture writing in Germany. Like, I know there's a lot of blogs in Germany writing on beer, but they're all very much rooted still in like craft beer is the greatest invention in the world, without having a kind of historic understanding of the limitation and the greatness of German beer. So yeah, what I want to say to begin with was like, hey, if you have any questions or ever want to know anything, just write an email.
Yeah.
We're happy to talk about it. And B, please continue talking about it.
Already from the chat, I can see that your beer will be available in Leipzig, not only in Lazy Dog and Dr. Hobbs, but also the bottle shop in the city center. The Bierothek will have your beers soon, I guess.
Sweet.
So now we have just to convince Amber also for the other beers.
Well, so I want to say too, just as a thing to all the beer fans out there that are listening, man, like I've been doing this since 2004 in Portland, Oregon, and I was in Norway and I'm in Amsterdam, and I've gotten to meet guys in Italy and Prague and Portugal and Germany and everywhere that's craft beer. And it's such a cool thing that no matter where you go, if you're in the craft beer industry, like you don't have a friend too far away. And it's not just about us liking to drink beer. It's almost like being part of like a punk band movement or something like that, whereas it's like you always have a friend. And I love being in this industry because like I have a friend in every country and someone I can crash on their couch and go have a bunch of beers with. And it's really rad that I met you guys, and like you guys are doing it in Leipzig, and there's guys doing it in the UK, and there's like just that there's so many groups. And I have a group of 3 dudes here in Amsterdam, and I'm from the States, and Paul is Dutch, and Jan is from Germany, and we all get along, and we have a common comparison. It's this unifying global thing that it's more than just the beer. It's a culture that we all kind of get into, and it's super fun that we can all share, even though we're all from kind of different walks of life. So that's my mushy kind of I love what we do speech.
Yeah, and now that we are already doing this kind of moral ethic talks, I know we are running over time quite a lot. But
Jan, do you have any good Nietzsche quotes?
I will pull them out in a second. But no, there's something which I find, one thing which I'm quite sad about, like beer culture at the moment. The detail is that there's this very strong focus on specific breweries, like this one brewery that everybody needs to try, this one interpretation, this one beer. And the great thing, and it was something different 10 years ago, but the great thing of beer is A, the variety, and it's B, about trying a beer again and again. I'm not a fan of Untapped, I'm not a friend of Untapped, I might be the enemy of Untapped, but there's so much beauty in Oval, for example, beers. I've drank that thousands of times, and I find still joy in that. There's so much to learn in how it changes over time. We have this joke. It's this, it's with a few friends who run breweries as well. We are sending sound recordings, just recording, holding the microphone into a glass of Oval. How does the combination sound? And then we are sending the sound recordings to each other, and how old do you think this Oval is? And there's so much beauty in getting to know a beer and understanding its subtleties. And I think we have to watch out that this kind of culture of, we all love to do beers, one-offs, experiments, try, but to kind of understand the nuance of brewing, to understand flavor, how flavor develops. Let's not get carried away by that. And that also means even if maybe your local brewery doesn't make the greatest beer, or even it's not about great beer per se. It's not about beer's culture. It's
culture. Yeah, it's 100%.
Yeah, it is
culture.
more than just your kind of infatuation. It's beer is something that you drink with people, that you drink for people, and it connects you to people.
Well, that's why it's the comic book, it's the music, it's all of those things. It's the buttons on your backpack. It's just, that's why we all got into it, and we want to share our culture through the beer we make. And I think that's why I like Butcher's Tears, because they are one of the most culturally, I guess, woke, let's say, breweries in Amsterdam. They have a culture. They don't stray from their culture. And whereas all of us, we try to grow, and we're all companies, so yes, we're not entirely culture, but Butcher's Tears does something phenomenal, whereas they put a lot of the art first. They put a lot of that culture, that emotion first, whereas I think we're guilty of it. I don't want to we put sales first, we put marketing, we put getting everyone involved first. But once you're involved, I'm like, man, hit up Butcher's Tears. If you're hip to this cocaine, hit up the real shit. Hit up the Butcher's Tears.
But also, I think the wonderful thing about Butcher's Tears is that you guys don't necessarily even promote your own brewery as such, but you promote beer culture in general. So you're actually trying to bring, you had this Pivo Fest where you bring fresh Czech beer to Amsterdam and say, look, this is what extremely drinkable beers taste like that come from a beer, the beer culture that has the highest number of liters per capita in the world. This is why, because this is the beer they drink. Really nice thought. And then the same with the Franconian Beer Fest as well, just showing people that there are these brewing cultures out there that are not quite like the ones people are used to, but they should be celebrated all the same. I think that's really nice.
With that said, Valhalla and Poesiat beers, next level, best beers ever.
Hey guys, just one thing.
Exactly. Are we still on?
I I just for myself completely agree that this approach to the beers, like from diversity and not just following the hype, is completely the right thing. And this is, I guess, a wonderful sentence for this evening, like to put in the end maybe. To say, hey, it's not about following the New England hype or whatever, but or just doing the most crazy beer to reach whatever on Untapped or whatever. It's about making good beers and enjoying what nature is giving us. So I guess maybe there's one question from the audience. What do you guys think about Asian craft beers?
Asian craft beers, okay.
Oh.
Maybe someone.
Paul, go first. Paul, go first.
I love a good Tsingtao next to some some fresh dim sum. It's amazing.
I've actually lived for 3 years in Tokyo. So
yeah, Jan goes last. Jan. I would say this is that there's just like the whiskey. I mean, some of the Japanese breweries are growing, man. Like, there's nothing to be said. Anyone can make good craft beer. It doesn't matter where you are. And I think Asian craft beers have every stake to the claim. And there's some great ones out there, and there's some shitty ones out there, and that's the same with everyone else. I think Asian craft beers are just as good as anybody else's. Now, Jan, here's your 10 minutes. Go.
Exactly. Well, I've lived for a few years in Tokyo, so and also in China, where actually craft beer is quite a thing. But let me divert it from craft beer to there's a very beautiful book by a Canadian writer called Martin Thibault. It's in French, but it's really great. Who went to Myanmar, Burma, Ethiopia, and 2 other countries, I think Chile, and who visited literally the countryside, small villages, to look at local, well, I guess they don't even call it beer, literally local cultures making alcohol from grains. And absolutely stunning, beautiful, beautiful drinks. I've talked a few times with them, and it's a really beautiful book. Like, these drinks are nothing like our beers. They're drank in different volumes. They're made from different things. They're made from grain, so they're technically beer. And it's absolutely stunning. So yeah, there's really interesting things. I'm not a big fan of the term craft beer, if you figured it out by now. But yes, well, there's a lot of, in China, in Korea, and in Japan, there's a lot of craft beer, which, wow, I mean, there's like nice beer and it's good stuff, but it's lacking a kind of cultural, historical understanding of its own, I think. So I think in Japan you have Y Market, which is pretty great. And in Singapore, well, Hong Kong, you have quite a few interesting breweries. In China, at Beijing, you have 2. But, well, I actually challenge everybody to kind of, deal with what you have locally available. Not as a necessity. I mean, we're not trying to be here ancient and historical, but, the great thing about beer is that it connects you to, well, the land and the people. So, yeah.
This is actually a very, very good point. That you should look out for what you have like next door, and of course you can like order something from a shop wherever, but this is also what the Kastenpils, like the other brewery, Biere is making an awesome pils. The brewer says actually, he started to sell his beer only in kegs. Because he says, I believe that actually beer needs a society, or he needs, you need to drink it in a bar, and you need to be social and so on. But yeah, it's a good point to like source locally. But of course, if you're in a different country, you should go there to a good beer place to connect to people. But what I also wanted to say, Paul, not Todd, Paul, and everybody was like, yeah, Untapped, I hate Untapped. But that's how we know each other, Todd.
Yeah,
Because
that's
our
true.
neighbor
That's true, yeah.
brought Poesiat and Kater beers to Leipzig.
No.
We were drinking it on a Sunday afternoon. We checked it in, and then Todd wrote a message and said, "Hey, where did you get our beers?" You know, and so that's how we know. I mean, it's not that bad, I would say.
That is
No,
true.
exactly, no,
But
so-
also, hold on. I do agree. You have to tell Jan, like, hold on, or else it's game over, man.
Otherwise, another 20 minutes are gone.
Yeah, right. You only have so much time in your life, guys. Tell your Jan to be quiet. Anyways, no, I agree with that, and one thing actually to double on to what Jan says, when I moved to Norway, the thing that I noticed that I really want to push even us as breweries, but breweries in general to do, is to focus on your local ingredients. So the reason that the IPA became popular is because Northwest had great hops that naturally grew. Everyone makes their IPAs with those fucking hops still. I see your Smook with the nut naturally, but look, man, Cascade, Nook, all these hops came from that region. Those are regionally grown hops. So in the Netherlands, like, we have ingredients that we're not touching on. Germany, like, beer styles came from the ingredients and the climates available. And we've left that. And now everyone makes New Zealand hopped beers. We all use Mosaic. We all use Simcoe. We all use, and I think people need to get back to, like, drink local, drink real local. Try the shit that is in your backyard, not the shit that we have to, like, ship towards that. Yeah, don't watch your. On top of that, yes, you're right. Untapped is good because it's a big globalizer. Blah 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 blah.
No, but I'll take over. I do the last word, and then you do the finishing words.
Wait, Jan,
Can I have the middle word?
Can I just?
Okay, Todd does the middle word.
Jan, can I just say one sentence? As long and as I can see from the chat that the people are still there and whatever, but maybe we could just do a official finish of the evening and then we go on with the discussion as long as we want.
Yeah, exactly. We can just let it run until we leave.
So whoever would like to leave us, you're free to leave us, because we drink all the 6 beers we wanted to drink.
I would say this too. After this final thing, if you have a question, direct it to one of us individually.
Exactly. So just for everyone not to wonder that we will go on maybe with the stream or not, but I guess we could just go on because it seems that many people are really interested in the backyard talk about.
Yes, I mean that's behind the scenes. That, you know, what we kind of like thought about having.
Complain
but
all the time.
But there's 2 things I have to mention. 2 things.
We need another beer.
Yeah, but not another barley wine. In my case, 2 things I have to mention, because, like, some people may be like, yeah, we want to listen, like, for another hour, and it's really our cup of tea. And for the others, there's, like, tomorrow. It's also interesting for you guys in Amsterdam what we do tomorrow. I'm really proud of it.
I'm not thinking about tomorrow too much.
It's tomorrow evening. It's tomorrow evening.
Tomorrow's gonna hurt.
We're gonna have another live stream, and it's about our neighbor. He wrote a book about Berlin in 1968, and about concerts and life in Berlin and riots and students and whatever. So we're gonna have, like, a live stream where he's reading from his book. We're gonna taste, like, 4 beers with him while he's reading.
4 beers linked to Berlin.
Linked to Berlin, like, like linked to the book, linked to Berlin. That's what we're gonna do on Sunday evening at 19 Uhr. And then all the other Saturdays after, we have tastings. Jeden Samstag, 20 Uhr. Belgian tasting. Next Saturday.
Yeah, if you guys in Amsterdam are interested in the Belgian
I have a lot to
tasting,
say
we
about
still
that,
can
so.
we still can send you a package and you can taste some Belgian beers with us.
Can we? So, do
Maybe we could have a second show next to it on YouTube, a second channel, you know.
right? Tasting the tastings. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and what we also what as Lucas and I, we always do like this little bit more like with the people behind the scenes, and we're planning like a tasting where we all only take collaboration brews. So that's why I ordered so many monsters from Poesiat Kater. Monsters, Bread of Monsters. What's the name?
Which one?
The navel?
No, Monsters.
No.
Oh, it's was 11.
No.
The Bread
Monster.
Atomic Monster.
Atomic Monster. Yeah.
The design is great.
Maybe you can talk about collaborations.
No, we right now do the official finish, and then we keep on talking about.
I want to give one plug real quick on the 26th. We're doing a free pub quiz. Go to our Facebook, join in the pub quiz, and you can win a free case of beer.
You do an online pub quiz.
Online digital pub quiz. Yeah.
So that goes out to Owen. He is the master of disaster of this house. He's Irish. He can do the pub quiz on the 26th and win the case of beer.
And share with us.
We can share it here.
I don't know, man. I have my Paul actually won second place. Actually, Paul, you tied for first.
Really? Oh,
yeah,
that's good that you didn't let me win.
Yeah. And one of the segments is name these clowns, which is a hard segment.
Because Paul knows the question before.
I know that beer is the answer, but I don't know the question. No.
Exactly.
But do we agree now that we're just gonna finish, or that we continue this live stream until the last person is left? It's like a bar, basically, right?
Jan, so far everyone is still here, so I guess the people are interested in all the bullshit.
I'm usually like an early leaver in the bar.
Fuck you, man.
By early, you mean 6 o'clock the next day.
Oh, yeah. You know what Paul is referring to? You know, so in Amsterdam, you have the beer koning, it's a beer shop. And every year they're hosting the Zwanzje. It's a Cantillon event where they're pouring the special one-off release, which they host in a lot of locations at the world. And well, the beer koning is organizing it every year because they exist since the 80s and they've imported the Cantillon since a long time. So they move it every year. And one year they were hosting it at Walhalla, which was, I can't remember, 2 years, 2018 maybe. I just came back from Japan and I hadn't even got myself a ticket for the event. And at some point I texted some friends at maybe 11 or so. I was like, well, is there still a point in coming? I don't have a ticket. They were like, yeah, just come.
Jan, Stina left.
No.
Anyway, I'm gonna let you for a moment too. You know, that's practical.
Don't worry, Jan. It's not about the explanation.
I joined that Cantillon Zwanzje at Walhalla very late at midnight, I think. And you know, that was just a very unfortunate day, I think, because they had this Cantillon Zwanzje, which I don't know. I think it was what was that? Smoked lambic?
No, it was an Italian wine barrel. Aged lambic.
Yeah, but so, you know, there was this Cantillon Zwanzje, and there were like all these great Cantillon, and I like lambic a lot. I visited lots of these lambic breweries. But so there were all these great fans. And I came like after midnight, and you know, this damn keg was not empty.
It was not empty.
Actually, it wasn't empty. And you know, then, you know, like, well, it started, I had a few. And I don't know why, but, well, Paul said he would stick around until I'd finished the keg. And I think I probably like 6.5 liters of Cantillon that night. I think it was like 6 o'clock in the morning, but it was a beautiful beer, so it was really worth it. You know, I think Paul was rather unhappy that he had said that early in the night. So because I mean he had switched to his local beer. I mean, you know, like that's also I'm not going to start talking about it for too long now, but people should drink more lambic. Don't only drink Goes. Lambic is what the beer is made from. It's beautiful. You need to understand the base beer. Like, if you understand, everybody talks about Candillon, Drie, the Goes breweries, but the lambic, like the Trach, and these are beautiful. There's so many beautiful lambic breweries, and the lambic at 4 months, 6 months, 8 months, 12 months. These are great beers. So,
Jan, what is your least favorite beer style?
That's a good one. I'm not a big fan of beer stouts. But I'm sorry, but it might have to be Gose,
Hold on. Have you guys finished the show officially? Can we just do this now?
No, I think
we introduced.
They're actually the YouTube.
That right now we leave all the shape and everything.
It's just you guys having a chat now on Skype. Yeah. No one cares what you're doing.
We're still streaming.
It's interesting because my grandmother is from Goslar, which is the original town of Gose. Mm-hmm. So I went quite a few times to Goslar and had Goses, and there's no brewery it's still doing it anymore.
So Jan, what do you think about triple fruited Goses?
Yeah, well, I have to admit, I actually never tried.
So you wouldn't say it's an appropriate way to keep the Gose style alive?
I hold it with Wittgenstein. A word means what people use it as. So, Gose nowadays doesn't mean Leipzig or Goslar or acidic anymore. It means triple fruited, whatever, Follow Wittgenstein's lead over there, I think.
Are you saying they never grew passion fruit in Leipzig?
Actually, I wouldn't know.
Is that not a local ingredient?
I prefer to talk about things that I know something about.
With global warming, it will be possible.
No, I think we're still going.
Oh, yeah? No, they're doing this effect.
That was that video. That was so Stina could get back and no one would notice.
Yeah.
No, but Stina, I'm actually because I found the Bayerische Bahnhof really surprisingly in the beer conning. You've probably seen it as well, Paul. Bayerische Bahnhof Gose, they have it in the beer shop at the moment, which I'm very surprised. But I remembered it as... I always thought that it was supposed to be very subtly mineralic because that's what Goslar is actually, the water is very mineralic. But when I had it 10 years ago, it was pretty damn salty and acidic. But I had it recently and it was very subtle, like a blonde, basically a helles lager with a touch of salt. Is that how it usually is in Leipzig?
Yes, I would say that the Bayerische Bahnhofsgose is much more beginner's Gose.
Yeah. And the Ohne Bedenken, how is that tasting? Because I never had it.
It's in the middle, I would say.
Yeah, it's great. It's not that they bottle it and that they ship it all over. You can just drink it there at the place.
Is it acidic?
Acidic?
No, I would not say so.
No.
Maybe.
And in what glass? Because I'm a big purveyor of glassware.
Okay.
So we should do a show about glassware because I have a lot.
We can do a tasting just with glasses.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I have a whole collection of Berliner Weisse glasses.
Jan can do a little catwalk glasses.
Catwalk of glasses.
Yeah. You know these Berliner Weisse Klauen glasses? The one you have to hold with two hands and you drink like this?
Yeah. It's a little bit like the thingy of toys.
Oh yeah.
A bit like this.
Yeah.
No, that's the modern types. That's the 20th century. The 19th century are huge whiskey glasses which you hold with two hands. And the volumes of their glasses are 60 centiliter, 90 centiliters, and 150 centiliters. And they have head space for twice that. It's fantastic. The 3-liter glasses. It's great.
Yeah, that would be another great idea to have a tasting. Actually, then we should just drink only one beer from different classes and talk about like how it tastes. So we do like 6 different classes, and then
this would really be the freak show. I guess we will have five.
But also we
people
could
in
do
the
a Wall
audience.
session. Just listen to a Wall and guess how old it is.
Wait, can I get a close up of those glasses you guys are drinking from?
Yeah, I will return. Give me. I get some beer. Okay.
Oh, nice. So that looks. Oh, so you guys have your own glasses. Is that a Ritzenhof?
It's Rastal.
Rastal. Okay. Oh, look, Todd. Okay, this is very special. Todd is opening a beer that I made from him at home.
Yeah.
This is a beer that you will never see in Germany. It's a pumpkin ale.
We have it in Leipzig.
Not this one.
Not this
Not
one.
this one.
Not this
yeah,
one.
but
So
This was a home brew made by Paul for my baby daughter.
Todd is a huge Marvel fan.
That's great. That's great.
That's so sweet of him.
Whenever you have kids, brew a beer for them.
Yeah. And it's officially snowing in Amsterdam.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like windy, slurry.
Wait, I'm gonna look outside right now. But yeah, Todd's daughter is called Parker, and Todd is a big Marvel fan. So I thought
And
Parker,
Paul,
Peter-
look at this head retention.
It's a Belgian triple.
There's not head retention. That's just a combination.
Hey Todd, you got the foam from all the Butcher's Tears beers.
Yeah, I think I took it all. Paul did. Paul in his homebrew. Yeah.
So
I think we're actually very well known for proper foam hats, no? In Amsterdam, it was really unfortunate evening for us, but normally we are the reliable choice for proper foam.
So I want to talk about something that's very American, but that I think has some importance, which is some people have come up with this idea called Flagship February.
Yeah.
It's where every brewery celebrates their best-selling beer, basically the beer that.
Well, your flagship is not your best selling. It's the
one you want to be
beer
known
that you want to be known for. Yeah. So Green Cap is really that's your flagship.
For sure. I mean, it's the most beautiful rendition of what an IPA is. Noble hops, SARS, steering
Noble
gold
hops, Lucas, noble hops. Did you hear it?
Slovenian Czech hops, bitter hopping, floral. No, I mean, like absolutely beautiful.
So okay, so our flagship obviously is Loki.
Smoky. Yeah.
But then Todd, I wonder for you, I wouldn't necessarily be able to guess what your flagship is.
If I had to, gun to my head, I'd say our Volhoven Extra Stout. That's our flagship beer.
I would also say the Extra Stout is really a good one.
Yeah. Well, and it is the beer that made our brewery. It's the beer that we wanted to brew. It's the beer that we based it on, and we went from there. And maybe we've gotten away from it a bit, but it is still when we brew it and we have it because we've contracted it for bottles and stuff like that. But we brought it back in cans and we're brewing it again. And we forgot how it's a beer that we make so often that we forget how fucking much we love it. And so I would say that's our flagship. It's still a good it's a great stout.
I really
It's
really like it. Sorry to interrupt you. I really like it. I think people around here really like it because it's a very dry stout. We also will have it in a tasting in this month. That's why I ordered it in cans this time. Gonna have a nice tasting with it. And you also did something else with the stout. You barrel aged it, right?
Yeah, we did it two different ways. We did it in bourbon and Juniper barrels, and then we blended it. And actually, do I still have the can? I think I have the label. We made the labels for the cans that are coming out of wood.
Great.
So we have barrel aged, they're super rad looking. It's super it's totally marketing, but it's super fun that we made little cans that look like wooden barrels. It's super awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, this is some extra point
No,
on
but,
Untapped, I
you
guess.
know,
But you
Yeah,
gave
it's
a keg.
gonna
You also
be
gave a
very
keg
fun.
to Dr. Harbs.
Yeah.
From
Oh yeah,
Mars.
that's right. You guys got a keg of that. Yeah. Once we haven't canned them yet, but once we can them, I'll send you guys some cans. Just.
I mean, I have a little bit bigger can at the moment.
Yeah,
right?
a giant can.
That's all right.
I can send you a bunch of labels so you can put the barrel around the keg.
Okay. Or about
Actually-
the growers we're gonna give to people with this.
I'll send
Hey.
you some labels. I'll
We
send you.
got proper Czech rollers over here, 1 liter PET rollers. Let's learn from the Czech, you know.
Yeah, but this is
Check
something,
yourself.
Jan, this is something what you don't have to learn from Czech.
Jan,
I'm learning from the German too. We got it all here.
Jan, this is where the phrase "check yourself" came from.
Yeah, exactly. No, but well, I mean, we can talk about barrel aging. I think we skipped a topic earlier where there was a lot to be said about still. I mean, I'm not sure what's the topic we want to continue now.
Well, Paul, we were talking about flagship February, which we all commented on, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, flagship. But what was the thing where we talked about like, well, we can continue this, and then we cut the topic? That was a good one. I had a lot to say about that. Surprisingly,
I think that was just a clever way to get you to stop talking.
was good. Yeah. No, but,
Actually, I would like to have Jan reading something out of the book he showed us earlier.
actually, too. I, my German is really not that great anymore. My German is nicht mehr so gut. And since I moved back from Japan, I've really tried to get a bit in touch with my inner language, with my inner voice, with meiner inneren Stimme. So I've been, ordering a few books of Poesie. Und
Just for Todd.
wow, ist fantastisch. Ja, da war ich letzten Dienstag, bin ich Dienstagmorgen, 8 Uhr, bin ich über dieses Poesie gestolpert von, wer ist der denn noch? Dreist, Dreist, nicht aus Leipzig, aber aus Wien, vielleicht Wiener Dreist, Anna Blume. Das ist bestimmt ein sehr populäres Gedicht in Leipzig, denke ich mir auch. Anna Blume. So viel Freude in einem Gedicht. Auch so viele Sprachgewalt. Aber ja, ich habe 2 Bücher zur Auswahl, da könnt ihr euch von auswählen. Entweder Friedrich Nietzsche, Genealogie der Moral und Götzdämmerung, oder Peter vom Matt, das Wilde und die Ordnung.
Nein, Nietzsche. Ich will Nietzsche hören.
But the Götterdämmerung we already had
Open
today.
a random page and do a translation, and then we do a discussion. How to relate the sentence to beer, okay?
Super Affentitten geil.
Der asketische Priester hat die seelische Gesundheit verdorben, wo er auch nur zur Herrschaft gekommen ist. Er hat folglich auch den Geschmack verdorben, in artibus eliterus. Er verdirbt ihn immer noch. Well, I have no clue what the sentence means, so let's not talk about it in depth. But yes, it's a good one. We often talk about beer as like this kind of, it's a people's drink, and Nietzsche is also people's culture, I think. But we shouldn't like Germany. I think is particularly criminal at it. Germany is kind of it's separating beer from any intellectualism or any kind of more reviewed or even writing. If you look at Britain has absolutely really great beer writing going back like 200, 300 years. And there's barely any German books on beer. There's nothing. You have Robert Walzer, which is like, I think, a Swiss writer, who's quite enjoyable writing about beer once in a while, just as a side sentence. And you have some Franconian poets. Yeah, you have some really great poets who used to be regulars at Schlenkle, who write beautiful freaking fucking poems, like in Frankish dialect. But like Germany really suffers from its viewing beer as yeah, simply as a piece of nutrition which you don't have to regard in any way.
Wait, was there like a boat passing through this stream right now?
Yeah, someone else.
I guess
airplane.
Todd wanted to interrupt Jan.
Yeah,
I want to play this song.
Was it something like this?
Yeah.
That was like the Gotterdammerung's ringtone.
Yeah, that's the sound of Gotterdammerung, which we couldn't share back in the day, but now we're hearing it all spread on digital technology.
But it's really, I wanted to ask you, Steen and Lucas, I mean, the German beer culture obviously hasn't stood still, and, now we see beers from breweries like Frau Gruber making really hop-forward American-style beers. How do you look at this development in German beer culture, where you basically get kind of the American beer culture transplanted in the German context?
Like it's, I don't know, like I can just answer for myself how I see the thing right now. There's, in this case, you can see also a difference between East and Western Germany as well, because and then North and South, and industrial and non-industrial. Of course, in the villages, you still have some breweries who brew a pilsner like they did 500 years ago. But
500, nobody brewed a pilsner.
Yeah, this is like in Franconia. Jan can tell hours and hours about this. From what village to walk to another village and enjoy so many beers that no one can handle this. Yeah, you have to be a robot to drink that beers. But like, of course, the general beer scene has been a little bit like has been like a little bit more, I don't know, like Frau Gruber nowadays. This is something new. This is something like. But also on the other hand, there's breweries coming up like renewing old recipes. Sorry, they are disturbing me here around. Renewing old recipes and saying, okay, we do this pilsner like this, and we have this tradition, exactly like they do, as Jan said, in Franconia, or they still do it. On the other hand, when you have a brewery which has a tradition 500 years, and all the people just around the church are buying this beer and say, this is a good beer because this is our beer, doesn't mean that the quality is good. They can brew 500 years shit, and still it's famous because it's sold there like the bestseller.
You're talking about Weisstefane.
No, but hey, please, this is a really big mistake. Todd, give me a minute here. I will be really short.
I'm sorry. I always interrupt you.
No, but this is a big mistake. I think that's a core prime mistake that people do when they talk about European beer, or what they call traditional beer cultures, is that they see these cultures as frozen in time, like Keller beer, as if it's existed since 100 years. Like if I talk to Liebert, he uses a cruise ship. He's been telling me that in the early 90s, he was one of the first ones who started using serving tanks. He went straight from his lager tank into his serving tanks. He didn't even filter the beer.
Right.
Until the 90s, Keller beers were filtered beers. Like this kind of turbid, cloudy-looking Keller beer. Well, that was probably true in the 50s or the 40s, before filtration technology became very common. But from the 60s to the 90s, Keller beers were literally clear as glass, modern glass. So
they were Heller beers.
Walhalla, yeah. So let's not make the mistake of eternalizing these beers. Like it's the same with that's exactly the thing I'm trying to talk with what we are doing. I'm talking against. We're not doing traditional beers. This idea of tradition as a thing frozen in time, it doesn't exist. Like stouts in 1930 or 1830 and 1850 are literally worlds apart. It's the same with that's a big problem in Germany, that Germany sees beer as an eternal thing, as something that has been and will be always the same,
Well,
which
Jan,
is absolutely not true.
So Jan, I was trying to kind of like piggyback on that sentiment and saying that modern beers don't need to be traditionalists, but they should be regionalists. So the fact that we can buy Citra hops does not mean that we should use Citra hops, I think. In a perfect beer world, you should use ingredients that are regionalistic and that keeps in tone with your region. Just because the technology is available doesn't mean you should use it. You should make the best out of the ingredients and the capabilities of your region. So what I do not see in the craft beer market, which I'd love to see more of, is breweries only using locally sourced goods as they did in the 1300s, 1400s, 1700s, 1800s, whatever. Like, I want to see breweries making beer that has ingredients coming from within their region and knocking it out of the park.
I think you have great examples of that. You have in Britain, you have in Sussex, Burning Sky. They're usuing mainly using local ingredients. Germany,
yeah, but Burning Sky is using enzymes of hops that are grown, like they're using Chinook grown in the UK. What I'm saying is I want naturally sourced ingredients. That's why. Hold on. That's why.
Are you drinking a Loki right now, Stina?
Huh? Oh, sorry.
I saw you taking the Loki just now. Is that what you were drinking?
Yeah.
This moment of product placement is brought you to buy.
Historic change. You know, I don't want to go back to a history where there was no distribution. I think we should really embrace scientific progress. We should really embrace possibilities of distribution. But that doesn't deny that we should, if I look at German brewing systems and British brewing systems, they are a world apart. And there's the subtleties of flavor that each of these systems, each of these mashing techniques, each of these fermenter shapes, each of the aeration possibilities create, if you exercise them, they create very distinct styles. I don't use often American hops, but I don't want to miss them either. I think it's really stunning stuff, and I don't.
But you guys, how often do you use Dutch hops in your beer?
Dutch hops, well, very rarely. That's what I said. Like, I'm not a Luddite that I want to. I don't want to smash the machinery and just smash the modern capitalist system. I'm a big critic of it, but it doesn't mean I have a disregard or understand its complexity.
I noticed when I lived in Norway that a lot of guys were making American-style IPAs, and I was like, well, what's a Norwegian IPA taste like? Or what's a Dutch IPA taste
I mean, like, what's
a German IPA?
I mean, like, what's a nationalist idea is that? You know,
because American IPA has certain hops that go into it. That's the thing.
Yeah,
they have American hops that go into to make the recipe. So what is the equivalent of a German IPA? What is
continental IPA?
Yeah, I've never been I've been to Mexico, I've never been in the United States, but like from what I understand is that it's bigger than Europe. People tell me. And in Europe there's massive variety, man. You know, I wouldn't talk about like Slovenia and Czech. French hops to be the same. So I don't want to talk about US hop from that region at that region, just saying.
That's fair, because actually in America we differentiate between a Northwest, a West Coast, and an East Coast IPA.
Yeah,
but you know.
Yeah. But I mean, what I'm longing for.
What, Paul?
Well, you guys were talking during your tastings. I didn't have your beers on hand, so I drank an XX bitter by the Ranke. I think that's an excellent example of kind of what a European IPA can taste like, right? It's a hop forward beer, to be sure, but with a European yeast strain, and it's nothing like drinking beer, but it's a very great beer nevertheless.
Well, what are they hopping?
Is she biting on my tongue?
Yeah, I can.
It's I mean, I really love the Ranke. It's a great brewery, and I love the hopping. But like Nino from the Ranke, one thing I can't get my head around is he's a lover of dry yeast, and I've never understood it. Like all the Ranke beers are dry yeast.
It's cheap.
But they blend,
Yes,
right?
they
Use two strains together, I think.
Nah, I know for the normal production.
Yeah.
No.
Well, hold on. We don't have to get into a brewery's particulars.
No,
I'm
but
just saying, like, regionally, and let's actually stop blowing smoke on asses. Guys in Germany, in Leipzig, what do you guys think about
No. Hey. Don't misunderstand me. I think the Ranke with De La Seine, I wanted to give them a shot earlier today because I think De La Seine is one of the most important European breweries. I think it's one of the most beautiful European breweries and probably one of the most suffering European breweries right now. And I wanted to mention them earlier because you said that some breweries are only focusing maybe on bars, or you're talking about breweries selling to bars as in because they think beer is communal. And I think De La Seine as a brewery, it's a Belgian brewery from Brussels, Yvan de Bat. They have pretty much held it always like this. He said always, we're not selling in supermarkets because we think about beer as a communal thing. It's people can laugh about it, but I think there's something very true. He said that in Belgium, beer is something that is supporting democracy, because it's supporting the, communal exchange between people. And I think De La Seine, for me, is one of the early Belgian breweries in the early 2000s, who really brewed stunning, beautiful beers, which, can be really admired. They're really something now. They're really something of the city, something of the country, and really something of the continent. I mean, in all their own beers, they're only using continental hops. Not that I care particularly about it, but, it's a beautiful expression there. And often in the beers, you wouldn't expect it. They're as fruity as you would expect from maybe American hop beers or something.
Just one question.
No, I definitely agree.
Hold on, Paul. They have to say something.
we have to say something. What do you think that maybe a German IPA would be much more realistic than a Dutch IPA?
No, I think so. A German IPA would definitely take German hops, noble hops, into perspective, and then so you'd be focusing and highlighting what your country makes. Now, Dutch hops is a bit of a joke. Exactly, what is a Dutch hop? There are no Dutch hops. So instead of hops in a Dutch IPA, maybe we use coriander. Maybe we use things.
Or
so
a cousin of hops.
Hold on. Sorry, I didn't mean it. One of the old recipes we make, the EIPA, instead of hops, we're using Spanish brandy wine, which is an old Dutch hopping mechanism.
It's called Spanish brandy. What?
Wine.
Spanish brandy.
And Spanish brandy is typical Dutch.
Well, yeah, because we used to use the EIPA, the Walhalla EIPA.
I'm just confused by the word Spanish.
Yeah, well, because Dutch people are historically cheap, so they reused barrels and they reuse brandy, and
their brewmaster is Spanish.
Exactly. No, but hey, let's talk about the German IPA first thing. I mean, are you serious about that? Basically, you're saying a German IPA, why the fuck would you...
Real quick, in case anybody thinks that this is just what we're doing tonight, no. This is normal conversation that we have between all three of us.
Todd, you look incredible.
Obviously, we don't want to have localized list of IPA. So why do we think that IPAs reign supreme? I mean, in the 80s, IPA was dead. They weren't. It wasn't a beer type that was.
Yeah, but Jan, we're talking about modern styles, modern style craft beer.
I was just going to go back to it because
I think.
Don't be silly. Maybe the Leipzig people remember Hopfenstopfer. Do you know Hopfenstopfer still?
Sure.
Hopfenstopfer. I don't know if he still exists, but he was probably one of the first IPA brewers in Germany. Citra Hopfengestopft, 2010 or something like that. I remember, like, he also sent a few crates over, like in 2010 or 2009 or something like that. Yeah, Hopfengestopft is also a beautiful German word. But it's also really nice because I remember talking to the guy from Witzgall in Franken, and he was like, Hopfengestopft. Das hätte ich in meiner Lebenszeit nicht erwartet, dass das noch jemand mal wieder macht. Das ist doch ein unglaublich schlechter Geschmack. Ja, nee, aber ja, nee, du hast den, die Hopfen gestopft, die Citra, die kann ich mich noch erinnern. Und die waren nicht schlecht in 2012 selbst. Das war echt tolle Biere. Und da hast du den Fritz wo ist der? Bonn? Mit der Alemannia. Der hat auch in 2012 schon IPAs gemacht. Ja. Nee, aber ja. Die deutschen IPAs, ich bin mir sicher, dass du vom deutschen Hopfen fantastische IPAs machen kannst. Und die Deutschen, die haben eine fantastische Hopfenentwicklung und Wachstechnik und so. Von daher,
Todd and Paul, do you understand?
Come on, seriously, why the
Do
fuck
you
would use
understand
German
what it's
hops
about?
for IPAs? It sucks.
So I think since you have a Spanish brewmaster and a German brewery, all you need to find is a French person in the mix, and you can have a Dutch occupation IPA.
Wow. So if anybody's just tuning in, Paul is the resident king of puns and pun-like jokes.
Well, he's the only Dutch person over here, so.
Yeah. So Stina, guys, how do you like having us on your Three Friends chat?
Very much.
To be honest,
There's also one question from the audience. What is your opinion?
Just bring the questions on.
Wait, there's an audience?
Yes, still. These people are drunk as well, don't worry.
Yeah, okay.
They had 6 beers with us.
They have the right spirit, you know. They have the right spirit, and they know that after beer number 6, it's getting interesting, you know.
So the question is, what is your opinion on Taras Bulba?
Hold on. Please post it to an individual person at a time.
Okay. I will get myself a new beer, and I will be back. Okay. I have an opinion about it.
Wait, Jan, can you say that a little bit more Arnie-like?
I'll be Bock.
All right, guys. Now that he's gone, we have a moment of silence. Just
I guess that Jan doesn't know the badge from Untapped. I'll be Bock.
He does not.
What was the listener question?
What do you think about Taras Bulba?
Yes. What is the opinion from you three about this?
I think Taras Bulba is actually one of my desert island beers. So
I can honestly say I've never had this, so I'm gonna Google it real quick just to make.
Todd is an American; he doesn't know.
So he should never get stuck in a desert island.
Hey man.
No, it's Taras Bulba is a beautiful beer. I think it's actually a great example of what we were talking about. That it's also an example of a beer that is made very regionally. The ingredients probably don't come from much more than 50 kilometers away from the brewery, and yeah, it's a fantastic drinking beer. It's everything I would look for in a beer that is made for casual drinking. I love it. I have good memories of it.
So this is from Brasserie de la Sana?
Brasserie de la Sana, Brussels.
Yeah, everything is made inside a sauna.
Hey.
So Jan, the question is Taras Bulba.
Yeah, Jan, I give my my minutes to the speaker from Butcher Steers.
I appreciate it. I was afraid I was going to
if you have only minutes to give, then just leave it.
I think De La Sana is for me one of the greatest brewery in Europe. You know, this has to be said. It's people far too rarely talk about them. It's absolutely beautiful brewery. It's there's something so beautiful. You go into a Brussels bar and you have, a really simple, straightforward beer, Zinnebeer, Terspulver, and it's like absolutely great. It's really beautiful. It's well brewed. It's really rich. It's complex. You can drink it again and again and again and again, and it's very often, almost always, in a great condition. That said, I'm not such a big fan of Terspulver. I mean, people are gonna cross me on it. I think Zinnebeer is by far the superior beer to Terspulver. Like, I don't know. I mean, like, you really want that 4% beer to be absolutely beautiful, and it has so much complexity for the 4%. But I don't know. I struggle a little bit with the yeast characteristics in that beer. I think they're a bit too dominant. Whereas in the Zinnebeer, they're just flowing so absolutely beautiful in that beer. But no, I think, Delasand, it's a brewery that I endlessly admire for what they're doing, for what they are, for existing, and for where they have been before anybody else done it, and how they're picking up on it. So I think it's great. But I think, the beautiful thing is Delasand just started releasing a Pilsner last year, which is very interesting, because they started to brew with Schönram, which probably some of you know, it's in the Austrian side of Germany, close to Salzburg, doing probably very good. I drove there once, picked up a Pilsner, like a few kegs for an event here and a few bottles, and I've never been too surprised by Schönram, but it's absolutely beautiful hopping. But yes, Delasand has now a Pilsner as well, so they have Pilsner, Terspulver, Zinnebeer as their main easy beers. And I think I would put the Zinnebeer above all of them. Would you disagree?
Who are you talking?
Who is your imaginary friend?
Yeah. Would you disagree?
What the hell just happened there? Anyway, so
it's totally the best beer there is.
It's Nietzsche. He's talking to Nietzsche.
I have to honestly say this is the first time that I've had a beer presented to me in a tasting that I've never tried, and I feel really dumb for not trying this beer yet.
Terspulver. Are you talking about Terspulver?
Yes.
He is. Who is he talking to? Who is he talking to?
He's Jan, this was the question like 15 minutes ago, but yes.
Man, what are you guys pouring right now?
Guys, you know what we're dealing with?
Just a second.
It's the headroom, right? That's a good choice, I think.
You're drinking more Butcher's Tears.
We have to choose everything.
I mean, we had the Loki, now we have Butcher's Tears, and then it comes...
I was going to say...
The bringing home beer will be the modern triple. This is clear.
Like the beer from the German guy.
So
he got fired.
He got fired.
This is interesting to me because the triple is a hugely popular style in the Netherlands, but I don't think in Germany it must be nothing.
I don't know. I mean,
Paul, shut up. Or sorry, Jan, shut up.
Now, like in Germany, do people even know Westmalle?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Do they like it?
Yes.
Some do.
How often
some
do you
don't.
drink Westmalle?
Never.
Exactly.
All right, hold on one quick before Jan goes on to his simple question for everyone involved, and let's start with our friends in Germany. Desert Island beer. If you could only have one beer for the rest of your life, what beer is that? Stina, start.
It's a good question. Okay, I mean, I'm not so quick in making decisions, but it probably would be some hobby beer. Maybe I would take a Sünderbräu IPA.
You're the same like Jan. You know, you get a question and then you take 20 minutes to answer, but you use just 20 words.
20.
What?
And Jan is at least
Well,
explaining
Jan
something.
would be like, well, hold on. You have to give me a minute to think about this. There's a lot of criteria to think about as how I would do this. First of all, I have to put myself in the right chair before I think about it.
I just muted the microphone so you didn't have to hear me.
All right, sorry. Keep going, guys.
But Lucas, so I hear you like Czech beers, so I'm really curious.
Yeah,
about
Lucas,
yes.
what are your,
And-
what's your desert island beer,
And
Lucas?
this answer goes straight out to Jan, and I would say that keeping the tradition, I also assume that Pilsner Urquell, if you have it right from tap, from the right bar, is a great beer. Just for the style, just for having 12% of Plato, and just coming out with 4.2% alcohol, this beer is really special in some kind. If you know that it is now belonging to some Japanese brewery or whatever, but of course, I guess that if I would get stuck in an island for years and years, and I guess I have good genetics that I will survive for many years, that means I need a beer what I can drink for years. So I guess maybe something like Pilsner Urquell would be the industrial beer, or something coming similar to this from a small brewery. I have a favorite, the 10 degrees Unietice. Just
Unietice.
yes.
Yeah.
This the 10
like
degrees.
the 10 or
The
12?
10. I love more the 10 because the 12 is too yeasty. The 10 is more clear for me.
But I was saying earlier Malevice, but I was talking about Malesice.
Malesice. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. That's why I
Easy
was
mistake
asking.
made.
I was asking. I just know Malesice, and this is it's really
No,
good.
it was really big. Surprised me. Very beautiful beer.
Yeah.
Like you maybe know him. It's what's his name? Forgot the Metaphor. I forgot his first name. Biere. Biere. It's this young Czech guy who's doing mixed fermentation beers now. Like I guess in the end you would say Lambic beers, even though not Belgium.
What is the brewery?
But he was taking me to a few bars in Prague recently where they had Malesice, and Malesice was pretty beautiful. I mean, Hosmice, Unietice, Malesice.
Yeah.
And I had really fantastic. What's this? Like a little side brewery of Matuszka called Dwakoty.
Dwakoty. Yes, I don't like the bar because they are too hipster. But Matuszka was really in the Czech beer scene one of the first who tried something like special, like the American style. But in the same time, there was kind of that the people renew old recipes of lagers, and this is what I liked in Czech Republic. I used to live there before the craft beer hype came back to Germany or to Europe. And there was some small breweries renewing old lager recipes, and then just you could go to a bar and have a different lager from this and this and this brewery, and it was not like Staropramen and just Budweiser and all the shit. It was really something different, and this is really exactly what you were talking about, that you can have differences in using just what you have, like malts and
I mean you have Benedict Clusterny.
Yes, they do a very good IPA. For some people today, too boring.
Also, yeah. No, and I mean it's interesting because I also get very often hang on like, oh, this brewery is too hip for me, or I just like the aesthetics, but there's something. It's like, I mean, it's something to get over to, and I had I mean, like, there's no point talking about it. I had bad beers at Dwakoty, and I had like absolutely beautiful beers at Dwakoty. That's something we should, I don't know, we don't talk about in breweries, that breweries do bad beers and they do good beers, and sometimes they're great conditions, sometimes they're bad conditions, But,
so my desert island beer would be...
to Todd.
Nobody cares, Todd.
I was going to say...
Something with Oregon hops.
So what do any people on YouTube have their desert island beers up there, Lucas? Is there some?
Yes, someone says Sternburg Export.
Sternburg. Oh, that's
Sternburg. This is
like
the punk beer of
exactly. It's related. Like, is this a cheap Berlin beer?
Especial.
Yeah. Berlin punk beer, yeah.
Made in Leipzig.
What
made
else?
in Leipzig.
Oh, yeah?
Really?
So far,
Leipzig is
we should
the
maybe
OG Berlin punk.
No, it's the other way around.
But Sven, our Spieleberater, says he would like to have a Grünhopfen, maybe from Schoppe. Like.
From whom?
Warum? Sven, warum?
No, from whom? From whom, not from whom.
He says from Schoppebräu in Berlin.
Schöpferbräu,
Schoppe,
okay.
Schoppe.
Don't know.
You don't know
I know it.
Schoppebräu?
Yeah, you know him.
Oh, Schöpferbräu, it's, yes, no. Like, yeah, it's interesting how Berlin started to have all
From
these
Thorsten,
breweries 5 years ago or
Yeah,
so.
talking
Yeah,
to.
Torsten started in 2001,
I'm talking
I
to
guess.
Nietzsche.
Like, this is really...
I like the video edits that
Yeah,
come in.
exactly. Yeah. But I mean, like, I can't hold it back any longer. Let me talk about my island beers.
No, Jan, you're last. Paul, what is your island beer?
And,
I don't want
and
to
Jan,
know why
and Jan,
island beer. I want
it's
to tell a
about
joke.
one
Tell your
beer
joke.
and not
Okay.
the beers.
So,
How many island beers?
three Amsterdam brewery representatives walk into a bar. A German, an American, and a Dutch guy. The bar manager looks up and says, "Get the fuck out of my bar. I'm not open."
That's a Corona level joke right there, man. Good job.
Finally, the joke.
Holy crap.
Okay, some suggestions coming in. Someone says the 3-bean stout for sure.
Which one?
The 3-bean stout.
Caribbean.
Oh, 3B.
3B
From,
stout.
From
Six
Lerwick.
Points.
From Lerwick.
Yeah.
And Brooklyn,
Yeah,
Brooklyn
no.
Sriracha Ace.
Oh, really? Sriracha Ace? Really?
Yeah,
Really?
some people like Sriracha Ace.
That's my answer to that. Really?
Yeah.
What do you like to the person that said Sriracha Ace? What do you like about the Sriracha Ace hop?
I think Sriracha is
Maybe the
quite
coconut.
nice.
Maybe he likes the coconut.
Jan, I don't care what you think about it.
Hey, and the guy who chose Sriracha Ace is also called Jan. So
Oh.
Great Jan, think
But some other Jan. We
Yeah,
have many
Jesus
Jans
Christ.
around here.
Yeah. Too many Jans. That's like the name John in America.
Well, but let's get it straight. I think if I would stop drinking. I mean, I've done that before for 3 years, and it was a fantastic time. That's, I mean, there's no greatness in beer simply. But well, I think Lambic, every day.
Yeah, but which? Okay.
Which Lambic? Well, I mean, the great thing about Lambic is that they are just like all over the place,
Here we go. Here we go, guys. Buckle in. Here we go.
So
that was it.
So
They're all
if your
over the
desert
place.
island is in Amsterdam, then Lambic,
Nothing
and
more
if
to
you're
be
in
said.
Franconia, then some Zeugel.
Yeah, but it's good to be flexible. It's good
Yeah.
to be flexible. So
Work with what is.
So I
in
will.
the place.
I will say, I like a good red IPA,
Yeah.
which is undermade style.
Red IPA
but
is the much.
in my fridge back in the States, at least when I used to buy 12 packs, it would always be New Belgium, which just recently got bought out. But New Belgium made some good beer. But I like good red IPA. I'll go with the good red IPA, which no one makes in the Netherlands. A good one.
that's your problem.
That is my
But
problem.
hey, did I hear you just diss the Zeugel?
No.
No, not you, people. I don't think you know what Zeugel is.
Like,
Oh.
I mean, let's be straight here.
Jan,
We
are you
know.
talking about
Yeah.
me or? Because I know exactly what a good Zeugel is. I several times go to Bavaria for business trips. And I was in a bar and I wanted
Sounds like a
to bring
business
one
trip
one
to
growler
buy
of
prostitutes.
Zeugel. And of course, 12 hours later, the Zeugel was not what it used to be when I had it the evening before. So Zeugel is really something
Oh,
great.
it's exactly that.
Yeah.
It's literally, I mean, it's amazing because I've never heard anybody else say this, but it's exactly what I had. Like, went to a place, had an absolutely killer Zeugel, which was weird. Like, there were just so many off flavors in the beer, technically,
Yeah.
but it was really good.
Yeah.
And went to another Zeugel place, came back to the Zeugel place 4 hours later, and he was like, hey, we just tapped a new tank. I was like, wow, great, I'd love to try it. And like, the beer's nothing alike, it's literally exactly the same beer. It's totally different.
Yeah.
But yeah, really beautiful.
Killer.
So I can.
Yeah, I know. Killer. Yeah, killer. And hey, there's something for the Germans in here, for the purists of the techniques. I have been challenging people because, there's a big misunderstanding about these German terms. Keller beer, Zeugel beer, Zwickel beer. They're all getting used in beer advertising nowadays. I've been challenging people to make a sentence which uses all these words to describe exactly the same beer. Because, well, think about it. Zeugel beer is a Zwickel beer, isn't it?
No. The word Zeugel comes from the German word to point on something.
Yeah, exactly.
To point on something, because they have this star, and the star always was showing who is right now in charge for brewing.
Exactly. So that's the star that you hang outside. But what does Zwickel beer mean? Zwickel beer means it's zwickled from a tank. It's pulled directly from a tank. Zeugel beer nowadays is poured straight from the tank, which,
I think we should make this challenge much broader. Just use the word Zwickel beer and Zeugel beer in everyday sentence. So,
yes, I think.
Oh man, I was just at the bar the other day. I had a Zwickel beer.
Supermarket, and they ask, "Would you like a plastic bag with that?" And you say, "Well, is it a Zeugel beer plastic bag or a Zwickel beer plastic bag?"
Yeah, you can never ask if it's Zeugel beer, because beer is never a Zeugel beer really, except
Lucas just went home. He just went home.
No, I think he's thinking about this.
I saw he grabbed his bag, he left. Stina's alone. She's drinking desperately.
Well, I think she's thinking about this.
What? I'm just thinking about Zeugel and Zwickel.
Yeah.
No, but
all right. Does anybody on the
stuff.
YouTube chat have something that they want us to talk about?
Yeah, I don't have
the video died.
It doesn't even have to be a beer question.
Okay, let me check. We have.
Let's get a question from the crowd.
We have still 14 people watching, and are there any questions? Do you want to hear a joke of the Drie vrienden with Damsko? Do you want to hear...
Which is the favorite alt beer?
Do you want to hear what their favorite alt beer is? What do you want?
What do we like to do on our... What's your best Sunday?
Well, I'm just scrolling through. Well, buy some beer from Metaphor, from Biere. He's doing some very beautiful beers. They're still very young beers. But, very beautiful. Biere. Metaphor, which I mentioned earlier. Somebody is mentioning in the chat. I'm just scrolling through a bit. I think he's doing some very interesting things, some very nice things. He's trying some things, and he's a really genuine guy. So I really, there's few people.
Who are you talking about?
Biere, Metaphor, in Czech.
Okay,
somebody mentioned him in the chat on YouTube.
I
think beer is not the most fun environment to be in. But Biere is a wonderful person who has really wonderful ideas, and he's really trying to do his own thing. And I think, for somebody who's just starting out, his beers are absolutely fantastic. And I'm really curious to try more. So if you can buy his beer, buy his beers. Sure.
What do you got, Stina? You got something for us?
No, there's actually somebody wants to hear a joke from me. Yeah.
A joke from you. Paul, give us a joke. Paul, go.
Oh man.
Jokes.
Really?
How many? Yeah. Yeah, this is the first time it's actually asked for.
Okay, Todd. This one's for you.
All right, here we go. Long setup.
What do you call a black guy flying a plane?
I don't know, Paul. It better be
a pilot, question. You racist.
It's a horrible question. I don't want to do it.
All right, here we go. All right, cool.
All right, there we go.
All right, there we go. All right.
No, but Stina, did you any tasting session with German breweries?
Sure.
Or Lucas?
Sorry, We did, and we
Have
will
you
do.
guys like really ever drank German beer? I
Hey,
don't know
please start.
if
Give him a second.
You're invited. Like, of course, it will be in German, but in 2 weeks we will have two very famous German breweries
Two
here
celebrities.
Who's that?
in a tasting like with you.
It's
Who are you?
Olli from Kehrwieder. Does anyone?
Okay, yeah.
And Kolja from Meschsee Brewery.
From Mesh?
Meschsee. Maschsee is a German Meschsee. It's
Mash, yeah,
Hannover.
yeah.
He's actually only brewing. What's the opposite of top? Bottom fermented beers. But I really like. They do like a firearm beer every Thursday, and they do really good beers, and it's really cool. And in 2 weeks.
Hey, I'm very curious about Svanska. You know, he's this Franconian guy, but he's doing
What's his
really
name?
Svanska. Svansker.
Do you know?
Is this
Yeah. Say.
ZWANGER?
Okay.
It's this Franconian brewer, and he's been for years also doing Berliner Weisses, but he's doing them very small scale. I've never had them, but I've heard from Franconian people talking about them, like proper Berliner Weisse with bread. Link, Todd, hey, you know. But he's doing very interesting thing. And then you have in Franconia, you also have close to Menzenbacher, you have a second brewery who's also doing Berliner Weisse, like mixed fermentation. A very small restaurant, but doing very, very good beers. I would have to think what's the name.
I never had a Franconian Berliner Weisse.
Oh, there's two breweries, and they're doing them very small scale because obviously you can't sell them locally. Yeah. But Svansker, he's been doing active for like 10 years.
This would
and
be
you know
interesting.
who you have to talk to. Like I mean, I've wanted to mention him earlier, but Hertie.
Hertel.
You know Uli. Hertie, Uli.
David Hertel?
No, not him or two. But I mean Uli in Düsseldorf. You have Uli Hertie. He is probably one of the most amazing beer people in Germany. Yeah. He's been doing Lambic since 10 years, 15 years, possibly now. He's been going to Belgium, and everyone knows him. He's doing Lambic, he's been blending Lambic, and his Lambic is like absolutely top notch. And he's been blending it with Schlenkele, with Ürige, with Schumacher, with
Lucas, you have to be stronger. You have to just say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but talk to Oli, talk to Hertie. He's absolutely fantastic.
We will.
And he's one of the most important beer people in Germany in the last 5 years, I think, for sure.
Guys, on that note, I'm gonna have to check out.
Yeah, you have a kid, no?
I have a kid, so I have a natural alarm clock that goes off 7 o'clock.
Exactly. Well, we have like 10 people left still in the summer.
Right, hey, Paul, but you knew this before.
Yes.
and you're still committed to that. So.
Of course.
No, but
I also have a child, and that's why I will be on until 7 a.m.
Yeah. No, but Paul, I hope to see you soon. You know.
Yeah, likewise, Jan. It was nice having you over a couple of weeks ago, and it was really nice you guys organized this tasting. Very, very well done, if I may say so. Great production. Also, shout out to Jan.
The other Jan.
The other Jan.
Yeah. Thank you well, Paul.
Yeah.
Thank you well.
And I hope to see you guys in real life in Amsterdam sometime in the future.
Of course.
Hopefully this year.
Night, Paul.
Have a good night. Don't let it
bite. Good night. Yeah.
No, not yet.
Take it easy.
Take it easy.
No, but I mean, please consider doing a night with Hertie. You know, Hertie is really an overlooked person in Germany. He's been doing so much for German beer. I mean, for like 10 years, 15 years now. I mean, who blends Lambic with Schlenkele? I mean, can you think of anyone?
Yeah.
Who does Lambic in Germany, you know?
So Jan,
what a person this guy is. Absolutely fantastic.
Jan,
really great.
Your task is to make the contact because, you know, this is everything it's kind of local and we know like the people from there, but with this guy we don't have contact yet.
I'll send you his contacts. And
this could be an interesting idea, of course.
I would like to pose a question. What is your newest favorite album you're listening to? Let's get off of beer. Let's talk about some music. What is the newest music you're listening to? What do you guys like? What's going on? It's not all beer all the time. Jan, you start first.
Well, I like music concrete, so I'd right now say, I'm not sure. It's been a bad year for music, 2020. I'm looking forward to 2021.
So nothing new. Nothing new.
Well, the sound of life is pretty loud. Let's say it like this.
The shortest answer I ever heard from you.
Exactly. That's you gotta know how to work with your friends.
Exactly. Definitely. Ask the right questions.
Stina, what are you listening to? What do you hip on right now?
Jeugd van Tegenwürdig. Do you know it?
No, wait, what?
It's a Dutch hip hop band. Jeugd van Tegenwürdig.
Oh, do they have a new album or what's up?
I don't know. What's gebeurd? That's a song of them. No.
You mean your favorite album is the best of the best of the best of the toppers?
The Toppers. Do you know the Toppers?
The top? No, I'm gonna look them up right now. I won't play them, but I'll look.
You're
them
living
up.
in Amsterdam for years and you don't know the Toppers?
Hey man, I have a degree in jazz performance. I used to have a punk band. I do what I can.
Okay, so this is actually speaking for you that you don't know the Toppers.
Do you know a guy?
Yeah, no.
Do you know?
Oh, the Toppers. All right, here we go.
Yeah,
all right, I'm gonna download their.
I've heard not so many awesome things about it.
Is this like Slogger music? What is the Toppers?
Yeah, it's Dutch Schlager. Dutch Schlager.
Yeah, it's like
Schlager aus den Niederlanden.
Like what is? It's this.
Yeah, it's this. Yeah.
This is what you jam out to.
No, that's what he came up with.
Oh.
Because he likes it.
And is leaving directly.
No, but
All right.
So I
actually better than I thought that was going to be.
So maybe it's better if it comes to music. Maybe it's better to talk to Lucas.
Yeah,
Lucas,
also don't
what are
play
you
it from your
jamming on,
phone,
man?
please.
My favorite
What's
album
going
is
on?
a new recording of the Brandenburg concertos from Bach from a little Sicilian chamber orchestra.
Okay, now
And
if no one's actually trying to date you, what do you like to listen to?
The question was, what is my favorite album of 2020? So
Exactly.
Was the
Specify your
Brandenburg
questions,
Concertos of Bach?
why not Bach? And
I
there's
studied
so many
music
recordings
for
of
8
Bach's
years, and I would never say that
Brandenburg
sentence.
concertos, and
would
everyone
say
is doing it like in a Mendelssohn way with all the big orchestra. You should do it in an original recording, like with a small orchestra, Baroque style. That's it.
How many times a day do you listen to that album?
Hey, but this is actually okay. Let's bring it back to beer. Here we have a big question. Like I've never listened to Spotify, and I have no problem listening to Spotify. But
You should listen to Spotify. They pay their artists terribly. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but actually that's exactly the problem, because let's say I love Penderecki. Penderecki I think is absolutely fantastic.
Perfect
But Penderecki
Polish,
is
the sound clusters.
music I want to listen to once a year for 45 minutes and never again. It's absolutely beautiful, and it's the most wholesome. It's the most meaningful music to me. But I need to listen to it once a year and I'm done. And beer is a bit the same like this, and I don't know, I've been trying to think about what it means to run a brewery, what it means to be a brewery. And where's the difference between it being a large-ass macrobrewery and being a small brewery, and what's the difference in like buying your ingredients and paying attention to? And we always talk about beer being the same, like beer is one thing. It's really not. Like there's breweries that I'm willing to pay 35 euros for, not because they're rare, but because their beer has meaning for me. And I don't want to drink it very often, but it literally changes the way I think about life. You know, it's meaningful to me. And do I have to measure it in market terms? The production cost of the beer costs nothing. Like if I talk about Antidote, if I talk of small Franconian breweries, it's the same. And the same with music. So this whole Spotify ideology about how often you listen to it or how often you drink it. I love drinking beers. Cheap as lagers. They're great.
But yeah, when I ask someone how often they listen to an album, I actually I look at it in vinyl terms. How often do you spin that shit? Like,
off, man. You're not asking that. It also doesn't matter.
Oh, I am. I'm not asking people to listen to something on Spotify. I'm asking did you buy an album? Did you listen to it? Like, come on, man.
Like this is the same.
How often do you?
Todd, this is the same like caviar. Yeah. Caviar is great, but if you have it several times a day, you will not find it great anymore.
Well, it's like how I buy a bottle of scotch and I'll have it, a couple times a week, but I'm not drinking scotch every day all the time, right? Like you have a good beer.
This is the same with the new recording of Bach's chamber recording of the Brandenburg concertos.
So I guess
let's talk about
favorite is the problem then. What is your most consumed album of the year?
Yeah, that's a good question, and it's like,
And then Lucas should answer that question. What is your most consumed album of the year?
I guess it's something from Muse.
Okay. And why is that not? Beer? But why is that not your favorite album of the year?
What's the most consumed beer in Leipzig?
The most consumed beer in Leipzig should be Sternburg.
Yeah.
Hey, but there's another interesting comment. There's another interesting comment from the audience about the music. From Kat J. Let Yourself Be Loved by Joy Denalani, der Frau von Max Herre, wenn das nicht bewusst ist, wer das ist.
No, but so for example, if I asked you now, and I specifically don't ask you, tell me your fanciest, best favorite beers, but I'm just asking you tell me the beers which you really appreciate. Is there an overlap with the beer you drink most often? And if, what is the overlap?
There should be, right?
No, I'm not sure.
Like the question is, what could be the standard reference beer or?
No, for example, somebody mentioned XX Bitter before, and I actually rarely drink it, but I think it's a really beautiful beer, which I can totally see myself drinking very often. And same about De La Seine. And the reason I appreciate them is because they're absolutely beautiful beers. Beers which are, they can sustain myself intellectually, which is something I demand of a beer.
But that was the Desert Island beer. Like, what is your Desert Island beer kind of thing? And then
it was your Desert Island beer, not mine.
No, that wasn't mine. I was just saying that was the question that was asked.
Yeah.
But I think we have to. Good Lord, this is a night, isn't it, guys? Here we go.
It's not finished.
I think there is some merit in saying what is the thing that your Desert Island beer is the stuff you could not live without. Which I could say, it's the most expensive beer ever. But how often have you had that? What is something you want all the time? I think you have to understand. Stina is falling asleep.
always. Don't worry.
Yeah. No, but I
can also tell.
Paul, Jan, you always get stuck up in the semantics of how things are. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I do think there is something. It's you can have what's the best. What do you consume mostly? What do you like on a daily basis? Because some people like McDonald's. It's not the best burger, but man, you might love McDonald's.
No problem.
That's not me. I know I'm American. I'm saying McDonald's. I'd rather say Taco Bell, but I have to appeal to a international audience. But what I'm saying is like we all have like a band or a beer. So for me, when I say like, what's a beer that you would always drink for the rest of your life? I'd probably say Guinness.
But okay, now we're getting somewhere. Let's make sure not to slide off into boring conversations so nobody's listening anymore. But Guinness is a good one. I rarely drink it, but I think in the same way that you say Guinness, if I would live locally to either Spezial or Schlenkele, I could give quite a few decades to that beer. It's really fantastic.
You just do it. And that's the same with like, what's your favorite album of the year? What's your favorite band? Like, it's like, what's the thing that you're like, I'll invest my hours into this thing. Wow, we really got off.
No, but do you ever have Anstichs at Dr. Hobbs?
Yes, of course. We have a brewery right around the corner.
Like Gravity Cask?
Everything what we need.
Oh, you're out of conversation, so just thought of me now.
Did you hear me or?
No.
Now we can. Yeah, we can hear you.
We have this Anstich set, of course.
The Franconian one, we have it, and we already did these kind of events.
Some do it more successful, some do it less successful.
Like Gravity Cask?
What?
Did you manage to get a Gravity Cask from Witzgal?
Not from Witzgal, no. But
no, I've tried this for 6 years and I never managed.
Okay.
Like Witzgal is like the most committed to like, no, if you're not local, no way you get it.
So you have to lie.
How many people are still reportedly listening to us on YouTube?
No. But hey, so when are you gonna reopen? What's the word on the street?
When?
The word on the street?
Yeah, April, May?
We don't know.
The word on the street?
Like, what we assume what could be.
Was sagen die Leute?
What people say, what people say is not interesting.
It's very, very dangerous to say what.
I guess in May we could talk about it.
Do you habt ihr eine Terrasse?
On the streets, on the sidewalk, we have our terrace. Like not really a terrace, but on a sidewalk.
But we can like fit, let's say, 30 to 100 people there. Actually 30.
Ooh, wow.
Actually 30. But if it's like a special situation,
if it's 100, the street is closed.
The street is, but nobody cares. Nobody cares. It's,
How much is a glass of like one of our beers going for in your pub? Out of curiosity.
We have to make a quick calculation, I guess.
How much is your local pills?
The local what?
Pills?
Local pills.
Pills.
The pills.
0.4. 380.
Like, we sell Franconian for 350 and 350, 380.
What's your Franconian choice? Mars or?
now comes the question to Franconian beers.
0.4.
What breweries from Franconia?
0.4 is like this totally non-Dutch. But what's the Franconia?
No, Maasbräu, actually no. We had beers in the bottle from Maasbräu, but we have a guy who's like a real Franconian guy who's living in Leipzig, and he has actually like he's a wholesaler and he's a garage where he's selling also like to
get to the beer. What's it?
And he's from what we have from him, we have like Nothelfer Hell, Nothelfer Dunkel.
Nothelfer.
14
ich habe es nie probiert, aber das habe ich jetzt auch ab und zu mal gesehen, ja. Jetzt Stadtenburg ist so, ja.
Staffelburg, genau.
Yeah.
What else? We have Schleicher.
Schleicher, okay.
Fischerbräu. Weierer. They have also good Rauchbier. What else?
Like let's say the selection is really very local because he's from one village and he's buying from around because he knows these beers and he's really convinced about these beers. And they are good.
Well, this is, there's one guy who's bringing in Franconian beers in Amsterdam and he's been doing it for 20 years and it's been the same. And I much appreciate it. He's buying totally different beers when I go to Franconia. But he's Hummels and surrounding.
Hummels we have as well. Yes.
Hummel.
We have another brewery in the same village as Hummel, which I forgot right now. But Yeah, no. So I mean, it's a local style, you know, and I mean, I have different preferences, but I still appreciate his effort. You know, there's a lot of what do you say? There's people who have been doing this work before us. We are not the first, you know. So much appreciated. But 380s for 04. I mean, in Amsterdam for 25 centiliters. I don't know how much would we pay at the Wilderman Todd for like. I think we would pay €4 for 25 centiliters.
Yeah.
St. Georgen, I think we would pay €4 for 25, and that would be the cheapest beer.
The German stuff for like the half liter is like 9.
Yeah, probably half liter would be 9. Yeah, eight. And Amsterdam is probably one of the most expensive drinking cultures, even though it has.
It really is for the amount that we like to drink beer. The beer is fucking all expensive. And I used to live in Norway. I'm saying this.
Yeah.
But we are too
hey guys,
close to Czech Republic.
I have to get going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can.
I'm gonna get woken up in 6 hours by my little baby 4-month-old. So I'm gonna brush my teeth and drink a bottle of whiskey and then go to sleep.
So maybe you should think about an order. Maybe first the whiskey, then the teeth.
No. Okay. I want minty fresh whiskey. Yes. But no, really good to hang out with you guys, and also Jan, it was okay to see you.
I just can Todd, I just can tell a story. About 10 years ago in Leipzig, I was in a bar, and at around 6 o'clock in the morning, one guy in the bar said, really drunk, that he has to go home really because he wants to say goodbye to his little girl before going to school.
Yeah. This is like a new thing for me, but it's super real, and she's cool. Luckily, she sleeps through the night. If she was waking up in like 2 hours, I'd be like, it's cool, I'll hang out. And then like halfway through, I'd come in and have another beer and hold her like this. But she actually sleeps, so I'm like, I'll take the sleep when I can get it. But no, it's super cool that we can do this with you guys, and I'm super looking forward to when the three of us can all go there, and people can boo Jan in public. That would be great.
I have this all the time.
So maybe this could be a good, how to say?
Preamble.
Let's say okay. Let's maybe finish this discussion.
Let's kick out Todd because I have the pride of being the last one.
Yeah. So and also Jan has to get home.
I'll leave so Jan can be the last person here. He just opened a beer. So good luck, guys. Have a good night. YouTube.
It looks like a Czech growler from plastic.
Yeah.
Night, guys.
Good night, Todd. Finally, we can just talk in German.
Oh yeah.
Finally, all the immigrants are gone, you know.
Yeah.
As the last Semitic person in the chat, I will say goodnight. Night, guys.
Todd, goodbye.
Night.
Ciao. Sind wir alle auf jetzt?
Nee, ich bloß gerade bis jetzt abgestürzt.
Der arme Jan hat jetzt noch ein Bier auf.
Ja, ich wollte jetzt einfach mal...
Ja, der hat seine Literflasche irgendwie da gehabt, diese Plastik-Literflasche.
Weißt du, weil...
Sind wir noch zu hören?
Ja. Jan. Spiel einfach mal den Song. Spiel jetzt den Song hier, Amsterdam.
Ja, ich spiele Amsterdam.
Oder... Nee, den anderen.
Jan nochmal Skype-Call stoppen. Und
Ihr seid solche Freaks.
Ja, falls wir was hören sollten, gerade die hören.
Hey, die Barre hat bis jetzt, können wir? Die Barre hat bis jetzt nicht geschrieben, aber der ist noch bis dahin dabei geblieben.
Nee,
Nein.
aber jetzt können wir auch.
Todd hat irgendwie Skype mitgenommen.
Ja, die Amerikaner, die denken, alles gehört ihnen, ja.
Nach Amsterdam. Diese eine Frau mit einem anderen. Bin so allein. Ich hab dich so sehr geliebt. Dein Zimmer ist leer, wie die Stadt am Sonntagmorgen. Erinnerung ist alles, was mir von dir blieb. Ich lauf hin und her und mach mir Sorgen. Du wolltest immer schon einmal nach Amsterdam und irgendwann hat dieser ganze Wahnsinn angefangen. Ich dachte, du kommst nach Haus, wenn es dunkel wird, doch du liegst geradeaus, bist einfach nicht mehr umgekehrt. Oh, sie ist abgehauen nach Amsterdam. Frau mit einem anderen. Oh, sie ist abgehauen nach Amsterdam. Diese eine Frau mit einem anderen. Eine tickende Uhr und Stille vor unserem Haus, ein verwilderter Garten. An den Wänden die Schatten von Rahmen, wo Jan unsere Bilder mal waren. Dieses Haus ist verlassen, wo wir feiern, stritten und lachten. Heute sehe ich dich nur noch in meinen Träumen an einer von tausenden Grachten. Alle Brücken gesprengt, alle Briefe verbrannt. Ich wünsche dir Glück und ich hoffe, du findest in Amsterdam, dass du bei mir nicht fahnst. Oh, ich hätte es wissen müssen, dass du es wirklich tust. Dass du mich sitzen lässt, dich um mich und das Weite suchst. Ich dachte, du kommst nach Haus, wenn es dunkel wird. Doch du liegst geradeaus, bist einfach nicht mehr umgekehrt. Oh, sie ist abgehauen nach Amsterdam. Diese eine Frau mit einem anderen. Oh, sie ist abgehauen nach Amsterdam. Diese eine Frau mit einem anderen.